Oh my gosh, we're back. That's right, guys. Welcome to the Drag and Drive Show, episode 28, presented by Summit Racing. We have a great show this week. Devin Vanderhoof and Jay Blanchard are on tonight to talk about wiring, plumbing of cars, tips and tricks for drag and drive racers and co-pilots. And we're obviously going to talk about all of their drag and drive adventures they've had this year and what they have coming up. We're going to talk about event updates that are coming up here in just a minute. And then also, we're going to talk about what's been going on Instagram. But first, let's get this thing started. Guys, I'm here with Dave Teresi, Mr. Energy.
Oh, yeah, I'm psyched to be here. Thanks for having me. And I'm
Oh, we're looking this for a 6-something. That's excited you're here. It's going to be a ton of fun. Great weather.
What's going on, guys? Thank you so much for having me.
I'm really excited about this right here. All right. So if you are new here, my name is Mike Narks, and I am the host of the Drag and Drive Show and the Drag and Drive News on Saturday mornings, and pretty much anything and everything Drag and Drive. I am a drag and drive statistician and an addict. So I'm addicted to drag and drive. And we're going to have some of my favorite people on tonight because I'm also addicted to the 850 class. Eric, introduce yourself. Tell them who you are, bud.
I am Eric White. I help out a lot with drag and drive stuff like that intro. I always love that intro. Help with pictures, editing, whatever needs to be done. Lately, I've been helping do some graphic design work for other drag and drive events. So racer profiles, flyers, stuff like that. And I also run my own brand, 815 LSX Swaps, which is primarily used to show off LS swaps, including my couple builds.
Yes. Yeah. You have a 240SX convertible that you drove today because all of your other cars are down, which is cool. I mean, dude, I hope the weather is as beautiful there as it is here. It's mid 80s here in Northwest Arkansas. And so that car's a convertible. So that'd be kind of cool. Well, dude, let's jump into it because Jay is already backstage and I want to get to these guests tonight. I will warn you guys, we are going to go probably a little long tonight. We have with Devin and Jay here. I really want to dig deep. The first half of probably their interview time is going to be kind of lighthearted and event drag and drive stuff. And then I'm going to let these guys go as deep as they want to on wiring tips, plumbing tips, and tricks on how to build your car and things like that. But first off, let's talk about channel updates, guys. Instagram has been going ham. We've reached more than 230,000 accounts in 7 days. It's crazy. I'm getting notifications even right now. I put up a video earlier today and within 4 hours had 1,000 likes on a reel, which is a big deal for us. That means we're growing and we are putting the word of drag and drive out there more. And our YouTube content has been viewed for more than 550 hours in the last month and 130 new subs. So I thought that was kind of cool. Figured I would update you guys on that. I appreciate everybody's support and those like buttons help, and shares and all that kind of cool stuff. So thought that was a pretty neat deal. Well, let's jump into event updates because if you guys haven't seen, Sick Week 2024 has now been, the registration date has been set, September 24th. That's right. The Sunday of Hot Rod Drag Week will be registration for Sick Week 2024. And guys, they've updated the entry for this year, for this coming year. The quickest 100 single passes has always been what it is. So those people get early entry. Now they are adding in the quickest 100 averages will get early entry this year as well. So if those are the same people, obviously you're not getting 2 entries there, but that's a huge plus. Starts and ends at Orlando again this year. And I hope you're ready for this next round of uh, mayhem, guys. We are entering the busiest, probably 19 days of drag and drive that there's been. Um, there is one day, one single day between September 17th and October 6th that will not have a drag and drive race occurring, and that is September 25th. And so I'll still be driving back from North Carolina. So I may just go live all day that day. So that way there's a drag and drive of some sort because I'll be driving home with all the other racers that also attended, you know, drag week and then went and raced at ZMAX for the 850 class at the NHRA deal. So Hot Rod Drag Week's 18 days. This here is Mark Campbell, who is coming back with his co-pilot from last year. So they have some redemption to go. They finished third last year, but actually ran 8.50s, one and done the first 2 days of the week. So it's pretty intense. If you've watched the video I put out earlier today, it kind of explains some of that. And then One Guy's Garage, which Eric is attending, it is 23 days from right now.
It's coming up quick.
Dude, we've gone from like 60 something days to now in the 20s for you. So obviously this starts at Tri-State. They will drive to Cordova and Byron, and that's where Eric's going to pick them up. Tucson, Arizona, King of the Open Road, same weekend, 23 days. So we're going to have 2 regional events in 2 different parts of the country. So we're going to have Arizona and Illinois. So it's going to be a huge win for the country. And then Redwood Rally is right after that, September 26th. And then this is the route. I really liked the way that the Redwood Rally team put the route together to kind of show you where you're going to be driving and all that kind of stuff. I really wish I could make this event. This event is definitely on my list for 2024 for sure. And then back to the streets. I booked my flights yesterday. I'm pumped about this one. No prep, 8th mile, heads up. I think that's what is going to be
heads up and eliminations.
The heads up. Yeah. And so if you win your race, you move on to race another winner of your class. If you lose, you move down and will race a loser of your class. So it's kind of cool. Like it still allows people to get in and provide that with their provide the drag and drive sense that they're racing every day. But then you also have you want to win. You want to win. That's why you race heads up, is because you want to win. And then obviously I'm flying directly from Detroit, which is where Back to the Streets is held. I'll be flying out to Denver to meet up with everyone on Tuesday in Bandimere. So I'm kind of excited about that. I booked that flight too. What's crazy is the Detroit to Denver flight, $55. Dude, it's so cheap. Even after taxes and everything, it was like $71. The flight from XNA to Detroit, not that cheap. Not that cheap. So race week, I'll be out there. My plan is to jump in with a racer or someone that will let me ride along during the week and gather content the rest of the week, and then ride home with my brother to get back to the house. Oh, we can't talk about that yet. Y'all didn't see that. Act like you didn't see that. So that gives you guys, so that's 5 events. There are still 6 events after that. That means that we have 11 events left still in the 2023 season. Like that was how many events were total in the 2022 season. And we thought that was a bunch. Well, that ain't jack nothing compared to right now. So what I had pulled up there, I'm excited to announce the Drag and Drive World Champion. Obviously, we are working with some sponsors and things my goal is to have the first ever Drag and Drive World Champion to race for as little money spent as possible. And so I reached out to, obviously Devin's on tonight, so I called him to make sure that we could at least have a spot, because I want to provide entry for the Drag and Drive World Champion, right? So I want them to be able to race at any of the races they want to. You know, they're going to have 3 that they'll probably have to race at to win it. So I want them to be able to have a guarantee there. So I called Devin, make sure, hey man, can I guarantee a spot for Southeast Street Meet 2024? And he said, I'll do one better. He's like, I'll give free entry to Southeast Street and Yeet 2024 to the Drag and Drive World Champion. So that's a huge win for the world champion, and that's a big plus. I really appreciate him doing that, and that'll obviously help in making sure that whoever wins the Drag and Drive World Championship races for as little, it has to spend as little money as possible in 2024, giving them just that one extra leg of I don't know, competition benefit there. So I've had several conversations with racers about the Drag and Drive World Championship. Guys, there are a lot of guys that are doing the math behind the scenes to figure out what they need to run, where they need to run, and we're going to really, this Hot Rod Drag Week is going to change the game for the championship, and by the end of race week, we could really be looking at, I don't know, the last eligible event could be Southeast Street Yeet 2023. And so you start talking about something maybe you've missed, that could be a problem for a lot of guys. If you're not where you need to be by the time you get through with race week, Devin's going to have a big run of people that are going to be coming to him trying to get in there. So, well, before we do that, one thing we can obviously say about all of this is that it takes sponsorships, and we certainly appreciate everybody that has come on board with us and helped us do this. So let's thank Molly Motorsports right now.
Molly Motorsports is the official piston of DragAndDrive.com. Molly's Power Pack piston is the perfect candidate for your drag and drive car. Molly Motorsports competes in drag and drive events and supports our community. Project manager Eric Grillo raced a 10-second stick shift Nova at Hot Rod Drag Week 2022. He's also competed in Rocky Mountain Race Week last year with his C10 truck. Visit mollymotorsports.com for the most recent line of products.
All right, guys. Thanks, Molly, for coming on. We appreciate that. And I want to say thanks to all of our race car friends. You can see everybody listed here. These are our sponsors for the channel, obviously. But, guys, they wouldn't be here without you guys. So we certainly appreciate everybody that has been around since the beginning. And welcome to all the new folks. We do this every week. A live stream, at least the show, and most likely every week the news. So I want to say thanks to you guys.
Couple comments here I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
How was your voice after St. Louis?
Dude, it's taken all week it's taken since then to get better. There was 2 days where I didn't say 10 words, I don't think.
And then we got Ken White here. He said he made a weekday show, but it is 1 a.m. where he's at.
Dude, that's awesome.
Thanks
Glad
for
to see
tuning
him in here. Yeah, for sure.
We've got a Facebook user saying seeing you at 2.0. So do you want to give them the reminder about the Facebook user?
Oh, yeah, for sure. So that means that you are in the Drag and Drive Addiction Facebook group. So if you haven't joined that, go on ahead and jump over there and join that. But in that group, you need to scroll down and allow StreamYard permission to use your name on the thing. You have to do it every time. Sadly, I don't know why, but hey, that's something they probably have set up with Facebook. So anyways, we're almost 13,000 people there. Our growth there has stalled just a little bit. We're at 12,870 or something like that. So
nice.
Pretty awesome. It's growing too. I mean, everything we're doing seems to be working at least relatively well.
All right. Well, we're all caught up on comments, so
perfect. Well, let's jump into the Found on Summit Racing, guys. I'm in this all the time, looking for interesting and neat pieces for the cars we build at my brother's shop, and then also my own projects. They're a huge part of the Drag and Drive community and are a big part of our brand. Obviously, the Drag and Drive show and news are both brought to you by Summit Racing. And so anytime you're looking for parts, make sure you're jumping on summitracing.com and try and find the deal there. I will say I found 2 deals that I thought were pretty interesting, because obviously a lot of the times I'm looking for Drag and Drive related stuff. So the first setup here is I'm going to call that a notch head wrench insert set, $40. What caught my attention is that there are a lot of different sets within this. So you can have like metric and standard and all kinds of stuff, right? So you can run through here, but they also have an AN set in this. So I thought this was a great way to, I don't know, bring an extra set of tools or wrenches within your pack, but these are all like a polycarbonate kind of material. I don't even know. And thought that would be a good way to maybe save some weight, and then also give you some more opportunity there for to carry what you maybe don't need all the time, but mainly for the weight savings. And then, of course, guys, we talked all the time about safety, Stroud Safety Fire Suppression System. I thought this was a pretty decent deal, $550. It's got 3 nozzles and then a 5-pound bottle that comes with it. So again, anytime you can keep your car in good shape and not let it burn to the ground, that's what we want to do. So at least put a fire extinguisher in your car that's easy to reach. So in case something bad does happen, you can reach in there and take care of that very easily. Or if it's not your car, maybe it's someone else's, and you want to be there and have that ability to put out the fire for them. So anyways, that's my found on summitracing.com for this week. I want to say again, thanks to them for being a part of the brand and having a little faith in us.
So. And we might have some new items next week to show off.
Oh man, I'm so excited. There's a new Drag and Drive Addiction hat, and obviously you guys saw the T-shirt the other day or 2 weeks ago. I think we put it in with Tommy's car on the back, and then Brian Havlick's 55 on the back as well. So that's kind of exciting to have all that. I love that they are investing as much in this as they can. It's so cool to see that from a brand, especially with as many events as they go to. All right, enough of my blabbering. I had planned to bring these guys on about 7:30 or about 30 minutes in, but I blew through all that stuff, and I'm glad they're both here because I'm excited about this conversation. The 2 guys for tonight are, like I said earlier, they are longtime Drag and Drive fans. Devin's really dove into Drag and Drive this year. He's paid a lot and has entered a lot of these events, but didn't necessarily get a chance to participate, and he'll be able to tell that story here in just a little bit. But Devin Vanderhoof owns HCR Innovations, won Sick Week 2023 Rowdy Radio class with a record-setting 4.644 average. That was driven by Jordan Tuck. It's the quickest 8th mile class average ever of any 8th mile event. I don't say that 7 times fast. We're kind of getting into these micro records, I feel like, but like that really is what it takes, right? And that's on a 235 tire. And then I can't remember who drove. Oh, Josh Davis drove the car for Six Summer and won the unlimited class on a 275 tire with a 717 average. And I think, and we'll know here in a minute, but that's the quickest ET average on a 275 in Drag and Drive history. And then Jay Blanchard owns J Wire Solutions, and he is part of a team that is a huge 850 class racer. So the Nova that him and Brian Acton race is badass. I love it. They really are some of my favorite people within this community. They have won 3 events this year. The circuit, our event that we put on at Mocan, they won it with an 8.539 average. They won a race, like a weekend style race, not a drag and drive, but imports versus domestic. They won that 850 class. And then they won the Summit Racing Midwest Drags class with an 8.529 average. And they're coming to Hot Rod Drag Week 2023. And I'm doing this because I'm really excited, because if they had had a little better run day 2 last year, they really could have been, I think, a winner in that class based on the times that I saw. And then obviously what they're going to do this year is going to be just out there. They've had a whole nother year of testing and in that car. And then they are also sitting at 66 points in the Drag and Drive World Champion point series. So there's a lot that can happen with those guys. So let's bring them on. We're going to bring on Jay first and Devin here. How are you, gentlemen?
Hey, how are you?
Man, I'm ready. I feel like I've been blabbering about you guys and just talking you all up, but now it's time. And now it's your turn. So why don't you do just a quick intro, and probably the easiest way to do this is we'll go Jay and then over to Devin. So quick intro and then recap of the cars that are raced.
All right, so Jay Blanchard. I'm gonna try not to say a bunch tonight. We Brian Acton and I raced a 1970 Nova, and I had to take some notes. This year so far, we've competed in Sick Week, the circuit, as you mentioned, the import versus domestic race, Midwest Drags. We have Drag Week coming up, Back to the Streets, Matt Lang's event, and then we're going to do a race that I'm actually sponsoring called Drop Hammer, which is a kind of Michigan-based no prep, drag and drive event, limited prep, if you will, and currently sitting 7th, I believe, in the World Championship points. So that's me in a nutshell.
Right. And Devin?
Devin Vanderhoof. I wire and tune and plumb cars, and we race. I own this. Shit, I'm in the way. There it is. That hunk of shit. White 93 convertible, Fox body. I don't know what we won this year. We won Sick Week for 235s, Rowdy Radial. We won Sick Summer in Unlimited, which was funny, right? Like we did that just to be funny, right? It was just like watch this, and that's not me being arrogant. It's just like we literally entered Unlimited because I was like, well, you can't bitch about us if we're Unlimited, so screw it.
Yeah.
And then we won a handful, we have so many races down here that they're not really worth mentioning. You know what I mean? Like there's one every weekend. So
Nice.
So I'm typically at a racetrack just about every weekend or a couple days during the week. It's really me in a nutshell. And we're doing Drag Week because it's in my backyard.
Right.
This is the 5th year that they've gotten money from me, and they're actually going to see me this year. So
that's exciting.
Yeah. So
Well,
that's about it. That's really all. That's all I'm about.
yeah. Ken White says proper hold my beer win on the on Sick Summer. That was a fun week to be around. I'll tell you that car just put work in. And what's wild is when we were at Tri-State, I think you guys turned you one and done every day, and you're one and done on. Oh, I thought you guys did the first 2 days.
No,
right?
Actually, Sick Summer was quite a little bit of a struggle for us.
Oh, Sick Week is what I'm thinking of. Okay.
Sick Week was like one and done, to the hotel by 3 every day. It was a cakewalk, because they had decent racetracks. Honestly, we got done with Sick Week, and I was like, what is everybody bitching about? This is easy. Jay's shaking his head.
Try class racing, Devin.
Yeah. Well, you're in the hardest class. So y'all are nuts. I don't know how you do it. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't handle being that close, but then so far away. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's what I think. That's why I like that class so much, is because there's so many times where guys are literally, there's a 48, a 49, a 49, a 48 ran in the same day. They're like, I've got to have a pass.
It's one of the best classes to pay attention to. I know that I know in the for social media and all that, the fast this super fast classes always get a lot of attention, but the reality is that in my opinion is that the dial classes deserve way more. You know what I mean? Because that's a 180 from me from 5 years ago, because I was like, you guys are idiots. Why wouldn't you just want to go fast? You know what I mean? But then after seeing the amount of effort and how close people get, and seeing how hard they work for it, you realize dude, that's way harder than just pin the gate shut, hope for the best.
Yep. Yeah. And Jay knows this firsthand, dude. You can't go out and run. There's so much strategy that goes into, especially the 850 class, and then Rocky Mountain has the 9.0 all the way to 14-second class, the 13-second class, and the first 5 guys will be 13.02 or better. So it just gets harder and harder. I can't imagine. And that's what I like. I always say an 850 car is my favorite, because that's a car it's easier to get in and out of. It generally is going to have the look of a like a regular car you'd see in the parking lot. You could walk by an 850 car and be like, "Oh, that's a nice car," and then the son of a bitch runs 160 something miles an hour in the quarter mile.
Yes.
Well, I'm here to say that when you start going faster than that, it sucks. It does. It just sucks. Like, I hate to say it, but like it turns into way more work.
Yeah. So we have 190 something passes on Brian's engine. Never had the valve covers off it.
Well,
so
that's wild.
6,000 street miles.
That's 190 times climbing over the bars. Like, that's the way I look at it. It's like, that's enough work already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Man. Yeah, I didn't think about it like that, but that's right. And then 6,000 street miles. I mean, dude, that's a bunch. You know, you start talking about in and out and putting gas in and, you know, just anything and everything that has to do with anything. And now it's an easier car to get in and out of.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we take,
100%.
so Brian has swing out door bars and we take them out for the drives. So it's even easier because they pivot out and Devin's so pissed right now.
Yeah. There's not removable door bars on a 750 cage, right?
Well, I got a 600 cage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you go 750, they're X bar, and then at minimum you're welded in for the down bar.
Yeah.
I think you're X for 750. You're certainly X for 6.0. But
Yeah,
we take the door bars out. It's literally like 2 3/4 inch wrenches, and then I'm looking out at the driving trailer right now, and we have a spot right now, provisions to like hang them and then pin them in, so it's easy for us to not have to screw them for the drives.
Wow.
I bet you wouldn't want to put 6,000 miles on the car if you had to ride in mine for about 1,000 of them.
or 100.
Yeah. You totally do. You know, again, like I stated earlier, once you start going faster than 850, it sucks. It just, you know, I mean, I ain't knocking anybody who's going faster, whatever, but it's just, it's so much more of a job, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, you talk about a car that, like, what would you say the horsepower difference is from a car that's going to run 850 to a car that's going to be competitive in a 750 class?
750 is probably about, I don't know, I would say probably like 900,000 horsepower difference.
Wow.
Depending on weight, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I was gonna say we make 1,080-ish to maybe 1,100 to take Brian's car to.
So number. Like to take that car and go 750, you'd probably have to make probably make about 1,800. You know what I mean? At whatever weight it's at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the car will go like 780s, maybe like turned up. But
right.
I mean, turned up for us is 1,250, maybe tickling 1,300 tire.
I always kind of refer to it as like, in the drag and drive mentality is like, I'm saying it needs 1,800 horsepower, so you only have to use about 13, 14, 1,500 of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't have to like really lean on it so you don't kill them, you know?
Yeah. Well, and you start, I mean, like just the difference in that and the parts that it takes to go that much faster and how that hurts drivability, you know?
Yeah. It makes drivability miserable.
Yeah. So with your car being a convertible, what's the, like, is there a different rule set for that at that level? Or is it like, hey, we're not worried about the body or anything at that, you know, you're building this cage?
When it comes to the safety part of it, the SFI really only cares about like their chassis certified, like, you know what I mean? So if the top was down, you'd have to wear arm restraints, but that's it, you know?
Yeah.
We don't race the top down.
Is that like a Kevlar roof or something on there? What, just factory Ford Mustang roof?
Yeah, I buy a new one just about every year from Late Model Restoration because it grows, right?
Oh yeah.
You know, it gets a little bit bigger every time we go race it. I have to like adjust. Like when we went to Sick Summer, Sick Week, it didn't really do anything because we only went like 170 because we were only running 8th mile. But when we went to Sick Summer, we went like 218, and we got home and like I'm looking over the car and like all the back of all the convertible top stuff in the back is all like real baggy. I was like, oh,
Nice.
I guess we gained an inch or so. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, yeah. You guys were fastest mile an hour of the event as well, right?
yeah. That's because those big stupid floppy tires don't know how to back half. I mean, it's not my fault. You know what I mean? They sell radials every day. You know?
Yeah. Yep. Well, do you think at some point we'll see the unlimited class go to an 1/8 mile setup, or do you think they'll keep running quarter mile, like in the national big events like that?
You guys would probably know better than me. I would hope so, but probably not.
Yeah.
You know, probably not.
Yeah.
I think the allure to like a lot of the people that are in the drag and drive world is to see quarter mile times. They want to. That's what they relate to. You know. And from from any racer's standpoint, like doesn't really matter. When you start getting really fast, you get to the point where you're like, well, we should probably slow down. You know what I mean? And like if you just cut like that second half of the track off, you just be like, oh, okay, we're fine now. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of quarter mile, but we have to do it. You know?
Yeah, that's for sure. Again, trying to compete with or trying to let everybody, I guess, build that's one thing we need is more spectators. We need more spectators to come out. And that's probably the hardest part about drag and drive stuff is we're there on a Tuesday afternoon, or Tuesday morning somewhere. There's people have to, you're only going to get hardcore drag race fans to be out Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. to watch drag racing.
Unless you're at Great Lakes Dragway. Jay, you were at Six Summer, right?
Nope.
Oh, you weren't? Oh.
Dude, that place was insane.
That was out of control. They were turning people away by like 11 o'clock in the morning.
Wow. I'm finding some connectivity issues, but Robert just posted about Byron. I was enamored the 2 years I've been to Byron, and it's the same deal. We're literally we're rolling in, and spectators are rolling in at the same time, and I'm like, the stands are packed. It blows. It's a Wednesday, and people have taken the day off from work to go watch drag racing. It's phenomenal.
Well, I'm telling you, at Great Lakes, I don't think anybody in that whole state works. Because that place it was elbow to elbow, standing room only everywhere. I mean, it was insane.
Yeah,
it was a
fun track to be at, and the way the burnout box kind of comes up, and then you're up on the track. Yeah, that was a neat track. Tons of spectators.
Yeah, Great Lakes used to do a big no prep event, and now that hasn't been there in a few years. So whenever something like this comes around, everybody wants to come out and watch.
Yeah,
it was really cool. I had a good time there.
Well, but what do you guys? I mean, what's something that you guys contribute to your success this year? Like, what has, I don't know, put you guys over the top? I mean, Jay and Brian has won several events. You've won several events. I mean, what gets you there?
Jay, you want to go first?
Hey, Mike, I'm gonna interrupt you for a second. So patch me out for a second. I gotta connect.
Oh, he's gone.
He gone.
Well, I'll answer that. Mine's pretty simple. It's complete and total obsession. I mean, that's honestly the easiest way to go about it. I've been racing for a long time. I've been around racing for a really long time. I don't actually, honestly, in the past few years, I've kind of not really cared so much about being competitive, which you probably don't think that, right? Like when you see some of the videos of me talking crap and whatnot, but that's just having fun, but I'm not really that competitive anymore. I don't really, I just like to go out and have a good time. But with that said, in an effort to have a good time, in my opinion, is that you kind of need to have a semi-bad time when you're getting ready to go out, have a good time. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So you have to work really hard to prepare for it so that you do have a good time.
Yeah.
You read all the stories and you hear all the stories from people that are like, oh, we're on the side of the road changing a transmission. We had a blast. You know where you would have had a better time? Like in the hotel parking lot eating tacos and like BSing than you would have if you didn't have, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's my that was my thought, you know.
Well, that and the biggest part for what we see, because I mean, dude, we watch every time there's a drag and drive, we see it. The attrition rate. If folks weren't thrashing to get their car ready, they would finish a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times, what it ends up being is people enjoy telling the story of the thrash, and then you get there and, oh man, my shit broke. Okay.
Well, so
it's not what you should have done.
I think that it like when you go through one of them, like, you know, you go through a drag and drive and it's like trouble free, right? Mm-hmm. And you're like actually trying to push yourself, right? Like trying to go faster and faster, and you know what I mean? And it's trouble free. You go home from that and you think, well, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? What can I do better? Mm-hmm. And I'm big on like taking notes, you know, on my phone or paperwork or whatever. And like I jot stuff down throughout the week, and I'm like, I won't do that again. Oh, I won't do this again, you know? So when I come home, I can kind of have a game plan for the next one. And in my opinion, like when I see the guys thrashing with like a week or two left to go before they're like, right now I'm nervous because the front clip is off my car, and like, which isn't a big, it takes 7 minutes to put back on, but the radiator and fans and all that kind of stuff is out of it. The reason why is because I sent them off to my powder coater guy to have it done in black, because when you look through the hole in my front bumper, you see silver, and I didn't like that. Yeah. It has nothing to do with there's a problem. It's just, but I'm nervous because I'm 2 weeks or however many weeks away from getting to Darlington, which again is only a 2-hour ride for me. But I'm like, man, I don't know if I've been prepared enough for this, you know? So, and then I see like I see the post. I mean, everybody sees the post all the time where it's like, oh, I don't even have an engine yet. And I'm like, oh, okay. You're going to have probably a really rough time, you know?
Yeah. Because it takes miles to get the bugs worked out. It takes miles to get that stuff worked out.
Yeah, and we talk about it all the time. It's like hook up your trailer, go to your local track, unpack your trailer, race, pack your trailer back up, you know, and drive it. That's the only way you're going to find out what's going to fail. And then the longer you have a car, you know, the people that are building a new car every year, you're not as familiar with it. So the longer you have the car, you can upgrade stuff slowly, and then you don't have to worry about thrashing and putting something together last minute to make it.
I can tell you, like with my own car and like my customers, I have a customer who's going to be at Drag Week. His name's Alan Whitaker. He's actually become a good friend now. He's got that beautiful green Monte Carlo. I don't know if you guys saw
that car's coming.
Yeah. So
dude, that car is so nice.
Oh, it's beautiful. We wired that car, we plumbed that car, and I tuned that car. Alan is an amazing person. He's a different breed of person than I've ever found. Right? I've never met anybody else like Alan, which is awesome. It's fun to deal with somebody like that. But we were talking about prep, and Alan, we got his car done, I don't know, maybe month and a half ago or something like that. He has been at a racetrack every weekend testing. Yep. He's been driving it up and down the highway. He's been hooking his trailer up. He's been doing maintenance on every little nook and cranny. The transmission's been out of it 4 times because we've been trying different converters, because that's actually a really difficult combination to tune. It's actually the hardest combination I've ever had to tune in my life.
Wow.
Just because of its weight, gearing, lack of power below 5,000 RPM. And you know what I mean? Like, it's a combination for disaster. But he's been like busting ass. And I don't know what his real opinion would be, but I would assume that if he can just show up on day one, make a pass, and even if he just drove an hour from the track and something broke, he would probably still be thrilled.
Yeah.
Obviously the goal is to make the whole thing, but like he would still be thrilled. But he's been like busting his ass prepping for it. So to me, it's crazy that some people are like, yeah, we got 6 days. Let's go find a car to build. It's like, what?
Yeah, why? What are you talking about?
Right.
I want to pause real quick because Red Hat Scotty. So he said the funnest week we've had was the same one where they put the motor in the car in the parking lot. Lack of sleep taught him so much, right? ahead of that, that car was done and ready. Like he had been driving it, he had it on several events, and that car was sorted. And then I don't know. He's told the story, and I don't remember what happened. But the old setup let go, and they had to get a new engine. So I mean, like, while yes, the Thrash is cool once you're there. I think the more time you can spend ahead of time, the better.
Well, like so that instance where he hurt a motor, right? Okay, they changed the engine, which is like more than I would do, right? Like I'm not doing it, right? More power to you, dude. Like, I mean, I'm proud of you, but I'm just not there anymore in life. But now if he put a motor in the car and it was brand new in the parking lot and drove 30 miles and then the brakes failed, and then he drove another 30 miles and he broke an axle, and then he drove another 30 miles and then it started overheating, that's not a fun week anymore.
Right.
That's just a week of shit. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that.
Yeah, no, you can. It's fine. Okay. We're adults here.
How dare you curse?
Yeah, well,
how dare you?
I commented on your post and said I try to be on my best behavior. I'm
appreciate them.
Appreciate you.
That's hey, listen, I've heard some of the old Slapping Mechanics podcasts with Devin. It's there's some good stories there.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying about Red Hat Scotty's car. And that motor stayed in that car for like 5 other events after that. And it's just the same thing. Everything else has worked out. So it's just like shit's going to happen. You're going to blow something up eventually.
Oh, for sure.
But Jay, speaking of how you like what you would say is your success, why don't you give us some ideas? Why have you guys been so successful?
We test a lot. That is that's 101. Brian is more meticulous than I am. There's times that I'm like, it's okay. And then Brian's like, no, it's not. We need like the gnat's backside, and I'm okay with it being a fly or something like that. But I have a log. Data logs like this thick, and Devin, I don't know where you're at. This may cause controversy, but like we do data logs, and then I write down what the data log number is and what the tune is, and I write down some critical information because for me, leafing through a piece of paper is quicker than finding a data log. I figure at some point we'll come to fisticuffs about that, but we have. I think we have 350-ish passes on Brian's car with between stock bottom end combo, built engine. But we test a lot, and we don't. That's something you have to do to be successful in, I believe, all facets of racing. But the 850 stuff, where you're trying to like hit a number, you need to know how your car reacts to weather conditions and all this kind of stuff, and it's difficult. And then we changed the combo this spring. For some of you know that, some of you that follow our page. There's new intercooler in the car, there's new shocks in the car, and so it reacts differently. And it's less susceptible to temperature and more susceptible to water grains now. And so there's just it's a new tuning aspect to trying to run 850 stuff.
Well, you guys have done well with it.
What's that?
I said you guys have done well with it.
Well, and that's where like we are our own worst enemy. Like we have not done well enough. I mean, we went 8,500 at import versus domestic, and that was awesome because it was second round of qualifying, and then it was this goofy format for the first round of eliminations. But like no one pulled up next to us, and I'm like, yeah, because no one wants to race us, and.
Right.
So that's awesome because everybody knows you're the king of the roost, and it's hard, it's difficult, it's challenging. 6 summer, so I mean, drag week last year we changed the sensor right before drag week, and it causes problems. And then 6 summer, we changed the sensor. No, we had a cracked crossover pipe, and the car wouldn't build boost. I mean, the car went 8,505 and 8,509 on Sunday night, and I was like, Sunday night, I was like, oh, I'm going to go to sleep, and this feels great because I knew like we had the best 2 time slips Sunday night. And then the weather was better on Monday. We went a 8:49 with a 6 or something. And then like the rest of the week, the car wouldn't build boost on 2-step. And we couldn't find the exhaust leak, and we fought with it. But we went quicker every single day. I mean, that's the perseverance aspect of it, that we went quicker every day. And I to Devin's point, I think running an index number is more difficult than just running the car all out.
It is. That's why I don't do it. That's why I don't do it. You know, it's true. You know, to me, I love watching it. I love seeing how tight it gets. But I would I wouldn't be able to handle like losing because I went too fast.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's just no way I couldn't keep my shit together in order to do it. Like, you know what I mean? There'd be a meltdown somewhere.
You just got to go make another pass.
No, I know, but I know the rules going into it, but I know how I am as like a human being, and I just like, there's no way. Like, I didn't lose, you know. So it's just something I just can't do myself. I've had a couple customers that like that bracket race. Like I got a couple of top sportsman racers and top dragster, and like it's weird to like tune for them because I'm used to like, you know, let's go as fast as we can, right? But it's weird to tuning for them because they're saying like the one went like I think like 402 or something to the 8th, and it's a top sportsman car, and I'm like, dude, we go 399 no problem next hit, and he's like, no, I want to dial in at 410. I'm like, what? 399? How about we just go 399? And he's like, no, I want to dial 410. I'm like, how about we just go 399? You know, and he's like, no, we're going to dial 410. I'm like, this is so stupid, but whatever you want to do. You know, and he's never been threes. Like, he's never been in the threes. So I'm like, man, F this race. Let's just go 399. Like, who cares? You know?
Here's your chance, man. Here's your chance. You're 0-3 from it.
Yeah. I don't know. So,
that'd be hard. Rick Dodge, howdy, buddy.
Well, but I mean, for years, like, you know, my whole drag racing life, it's never been index racing or anything. So it's just kind of hard to turn that off. You know what I mean? But to elaborate on your question about success, I honestly believe that if you don't do any of like the last minute, like screw it, will be good. If you could just like get that out of your mind and maybe like they just open up registration for Sick Week next year, right? Mm-hmm. So they didn't open up registration. You know what I mean? They put out a thing that said the dates and whatnot. So like in my mind, if I was just getting into this, which I hope a lot of people are, if I was just getting into this and I was like, I want to do an event, right? And if you had in your mind that you really wanted to do Sick Week, my opinion, we've got like a little over 4 months, right? Or like or a little over 3 months, right? Whatever it is.
Well, 5.
No, January.
It's the end of January, so I mean,
so a little over 4 months, right?
Yeah.
So a little over 4 months. So that car needs to be done in like a month, in my opinion, right?
Yes.
That car needs to be done in a month, and you need 3 months to figure out what you screwed up.
Well, it depends where you live, too, because if you live in the Midwest, you're not going to be able to do anything over the winter. You're not going to be able to take it out and drive it either and test it.
So here's the thing. Like, if that's the case, then you need to have a time that you need to build in time where you could actually take that car somewhere else and drive it.
Right.
You know, and
so that's where that obsession comes from, right?
Yeah.
You know, so like I was talking about Alan Whitaker, right? He's like, oh, you know, the tracks up by me are hit or miss, blah, blah, blah. How about I just come down to you and we test for a couple of days? And I'm like, there's 95 outside and like 9,000% humidity. It's miserable. Like, you don't want to come here, you know?
Yeah.
And he's like, no,
8,000
he doesn't care. Yeah. Well, it's actually what's weird is like when we were up at Six Summer, the air sucked. Like it was, I mean, in my opinion, it sucked. It was like, you know, 3,500, 4,000 feet the whole week. And Here it's like 2,500 to 3,000 foot, even when it's like really crappy outside. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So it was just surprising that the air, and again, I'm not probably the best person to ask this because like I was surprised at how many people actually lived in Iowa, you know, so, you know, like I'm not cultured when it comes to, you know, all around the country. So, but the air was tough up there, but he's like completely 100% dedicated to like trying to do as much as he possibly can to be successful. And with that, you also have to understand that like just because you put forth a boatload of effort doesn't mean that you deserve to be successful.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're not entitled to it, you know? Like you may have given it 95%, but like, you know, somebody else gave it 110.
Yeah.
So, you know, like the 850 stuff, like, you know, you kill yourself to go 8500, right?
Yeah.
If there's a guy out there who runs 859 every pass, he may go into an 850 class upset that he just placed 38th or whatever, right?
Yeah.
There's no reason for him to be upset. He should look at that. You know what I mean? He shouldn't be upset. He should be looking at the standings and go, huh, what did those guys do that I didn't, you know, and learn from them and, or learn from his mistakes. So
yeah, and that's what I like about the 850 stuff is like looking back, like even in the video I just did, I'm like, oh man, 53 and 50, 56 and all that, but that's still very, very close. You know, there were guys in the 850 class running 9-teens, you know, not 30s.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I want to go back to the air that you were talking about. So people that maybe are listening later, can you kind of explain what you're talking about with the good air, bad air, and how that affects one of the cars?
For 850, that'd be Jay.
Yeah, just in general, how the air quality will affect, you know, what your car does.
With mine, the worse the air is, the worse the car runs. The way the easiest way to describe it is if you're standing outside and you're miserable, the engine's miserable, right?
That's fair.
It's easiest because like if you're just standing there, like you didn't do anything, right? You're just standing there sweating. The engine isn't going to fire up and be like, "Oh, this is great." You know what I mean? It's ingesting the same crap that you're standing in. You know.
Nice.
Last weekend, we went to a local track to make a test hit, and there was a guy there, local guy that I know, whatever. He doesn't do drag and drive, but he texted one of my buddies and said, "Hey, can you ask Devin to come down here and help us get this thing to spool?" And I was like, so I got on my golf cart and I was driving down there. My employee was with me, and like him and I were riding down on the golf cart. And I said, "This thing ain't gonna spool." He's like, "Why?" I said, "Because if it had a tough time to spool when the air wasn't terrible, it's never going to do it now." Because so that's really the easiest way to look at it. Like with a turbo car is how does it spool up? You know, if you put it on the chip in January and it goes to the chip in like 3/4 of a second, that's great. But don't anticipate that in August, you know, because there's a good chance it's not going to happen. So the same thing I'm sure Jay deals with 850 racing. Like if you were to go race in January, it's a lot different than, you know. Is that correct?
Then what we're fixing to get into.
Yeah, totally.
How do you think the weather's going to be for drag week? Are we going to see some? I mean, I hate to say record stuff because everything is so deep there already. But I mean, do you think we're gonna have some great air? And obviously, we're gonna have some great tracks. I mean, that's your backyard. You're gonna know that stuff too.
Yeah,
air's
gonna suck. Air's gonna suck. Thanks, Devin. All right, noted.
It's gonna suck. Sorry.
I mean, well, and so Midwest drags for us. I mean, the air on the last day was dog shit. And sorry, I cursed. But we went a 60 something, and then I was like, Brian, I'm gonna put a ton dome in this thing and make some boost. And the car went like 8509 on the last day, and I was like, yeah, there's the exclamation point. But it took way more dome pressure. It took way more boost than what we tend to run in that condition to make. At the end of the day, the car needs to make 1,050 tire horsepower. And when the air is shit, it doesn't make that horsepower number. I mean that's it. I mean that's 1,050 to 1,080 tire in a 3,200-pound car. That's what Disco 850.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very simple math at that point.
So when it comes to like Eric, you had asked about like good air versus bad air and whatnot. Again, like if you're miserable, the engine's miserable, but like some of the combinations do better with bad air than other combinations. So like Jay, you're probably in a little bit better of a situation with a good liquid air intercooler. It takes a little bit more
air to air.
Oh, you're on an air to air?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well,
yeah, they made a big upgrade. They made a big upgrade in their air to air.
Yeah, Garrett Core now versus Treadstone, but air to air still.
Well, on a hot air alcohol car, when the air is shit, there's nothing there like playing defense like an intercooler. You know what I mean? It's not like, hey, get out of here, bad air. You know, like give me the good air. Alcohol really suffers pretty bad with bad air, but then it shines really, really bright in good air. You know, when we were at Six Summer, when we went 218, we had to put 42 pounds of boost in the motor. Yeah, there's my fiance Laura. There you go. Look at that.
She's answering for you guys. A good way to think about it is when it's super humid and the air is thick with moisture, take a deep breath and it's almost hard to breathe. So same thing gross air is going through.
Yep. So we had to put 42 pounds of boost through the motor to go 218. And it only went like 170 or 71 or something to the eighth in decent air. Like just last Friday, which it was in bad air, but the DA was probably about 2,000 foot lower. We had 34 pounds of boost in the motor and went 170. So with 8 pounds of boost less, still went the same 170 mile an hour to the eighth. So with similar 60 foots, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Well, and I think this is why it's good for both of you guys to be on, because like Jay's, like you're trying to run to a wall. Essentially, you can't go faster than Devin's other side of that, trying to go faster. What has Alan's car ran so far?
It just went 470 to the eighth on like, I don't know, 20 something pounds of boost.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was. I mean, I have to pull up a log, but Alan's car is unbelievably nice.
It's gorgeous.
When you get the opportunity to see it in person, take some time and look at it. Look it over. Alan's car is very detail oriented and beautiful in every way, shape, or form. The thing that I don't like about Alan's car is that it is enormous.
it is a big boy.
It is a big car. And it's hard to get a big car moving. And we went through, I shouldn't say we, because I didn't pull any transmissions, right? So I don't want to take any credit for this. But he went through some hell with torque converters, and it's not the torque converter manufacturer's fault. It's a bad combination of stuff to try to make a torque converter work. And with a turbo car, a torque converter is everything, right? Mm-hmm. If you put the wrong torque converter in a turbo car, it'll ruin it. And we struggled a little bit to get.
Hey, Devin, what's his car weigh, real quick?
I don't know if I'm allowed to disclose that, but it's north of 3,600.
Heavy.
Yes, it's heavy.
BAB, big ass bitch.
Yeah, it's big. Yeah. There's the car right there. Yeah.
It's so gorgeous. So all the work done there, and
it's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, stock seats, they've been like cut out for the crotch straps, and like the back seats in the car and like all cut out and sewn back together around the bars. It's unreal how nice that car is. I don't even really like looking at it because I spent way too much time on it. You know what I mean? Like I have way too many hours invested in that car. But no, so he's been like 474, I think at 160. But the one thing about his is the thing about his is that like I don't want to say that we're taking like we're kind of taking slow steps, right? And the reality of it is whether Alan wants to hear this or not, hopefully he's not like mad if he hears this, is that I'm more concerned about his safety than the ET. So like it has nothing to do with like Alan's lack of ability, because I feel very confident in him. But anytime I work with anybody, it's always like, you got to prove it. You know what I mean? Yep. Like, does the chute come out at the right time? You know, did you hit that chute at the right time every single time? Or did, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Did it knock the tires off and you're out of the throttle immediately? Because that's the big thing about the radial stuff, is that like, if it spins the tires and then clicks into the next gear, it gets ugly really fast. And if you're not quick, like if your foot's not quick, you'll put that car on the wall, and I don't want to see that happen. So Alan has done an unbelievably good job. Like the first time we went out, he came down here to pick the car up, and then we went testing the next day, and then the next 2 days. And the first day I was like, all right, we did a private rental. Nobody else was there. And I said, all I want to accomplish today is you doing a burnout. And he kind of laughed, and he said, just a burnout? I said, dude, it's a big, heavy car, and it's a turbo car, which don't make any power down low. I said, it's not an old pro stock car like you're used to. And he said, all right. And it, 2 or 3 attempts, we got it right. You know what I mean? And he's repeated. He's done it over and over again. But I think the goal, I don't know what his exact goal is for drag week, but survival and worry-free and trouble-free. You know what I mean? So
well, yeah, I mean, on a car that's that new, and I mean that car, as nice as it is, that's got to be a considerable build time. It's not something that was thrown together in 3 weeks. That's a car that's did a lot of planning, and now he's out testing. That's cool.
Yeah. Well, hopefully everything goes well. You know what I mean? So yeah. I told him though that I'm not. I ain't waiting around for him.
You know what I mean? There, get your stuff ready, get your passing, get ready to roll.
You got places to be. You know what I mean? I got to go.
Yeah, parking lots at 10 p.m. That's where I want to be.
Oh no, I want to be in bed by 10 p.m.
I'm with Devin. I want to be in parking lots at like 4 at the latest.
Right.
Yes.
Nice. If I could be the first one at the hotel, I get the best parking spot.
Well, that's a good point too. That's a good point.
You know what I mean? So,
well, I thought this question was really good here. So it says, I guess there's no popular system to switch from one fuel to another, like Pump 93 to alcohol, but there's a lot of guys that run a dual setup, right?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, we will talk about it. I mean, like, Devin, you're more versed in this, like late V5 and definitely V6. Holly stuff is allowed, dual fueling, to very easily switch. Do you run pump to methanol on your combo?
Yeah, so we drive. So we drive on 93 and race on methanol. I do not do this, nor do I really believe that it is a good idea, and I'll argue about this. Some of the guys really think that it's a great idea to just drive it on pump gas, and then like go to the burnout, do your burnout on pump gas, and then like while you're building boost, switch it over to alcohol. Terrible idea.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely terrible idea. I've done it. I can make it happen. I can program it. I can tune it. Do I want to? No, because it's stupid.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean? So the way I look at it is drive it on 93. And I've told customers this, like, so it's like, I'm not, it's just who I am. If they insist, well, this is what I want to do, I'll be like, fine, I'll help you do something really stupid. And then after you heard it, because you burn up a plug or something, then you're going to call me and go, well, what happened? And I'm going to say, remember when I told you not to do anything stupid and you did? Well, here we are,
Yeah.
But the way we do it with my car, like the way Alan does it with his car, you drive it on 93. Like the way I do it was, we race day one on a brand new set of plugs, right? Spark plugs. I leave them in. We drive it down the down the road, wherever we got to go, the 200 some miles on the same spark plug. Drive it the next morning, get to the racetrack, pull those plugs out, throw them away, and put a new set of plugs in.
Hang on. Time out. You change spark plugs during the week?
Every day. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Every day.
This is my like 850 jab, versus the.
Yeah. I know. Oh, I know. You make more than one pass a day?
Yeah, like 8.
Yeah. See. Yeah. So
this is gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. The pump gas driving is the way to move. You know what I mean? The dual fuel is like event. I've done so many cars on dual fuel now, whether it be like 93 going to race gas or like we just did a 300ZX. That's going to be, I believe he's going to be at drag week. He drives on 93 and then races it on race gas. You don't have to change plugs for that. It's all gasoline. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I actually, when I did the car, I fired it up and I sent him a video and I was like, okay, now we're on pump gas. Okay. And it's still idling. Here we go. And now we're on race gas. And you couldn't even tell like a transition because it's a similar fuel.
Yeah.
It transitions smoothly. Swapping from 93 to alcohol is not smooth, no matter what you do and how good you are. It's just never smooth.
Devin, what's your thoughts on E85 to methanol? Better or not so much?
It's easier. It's definitely easier to do E85 to methanol for sure.
Yep.
But I'm a pretty staunch hater of ethanol. It smells like cat piss. So that's it. That's really where I stand on that. I mean, I know that sounds terrible.
I said if it didn't stink, I'd use it, but it smells like cat piss. I can't use that.
And it's a great night. I say that, but it's a good fuel. I just hate the way it smells. I mean, it is a good fuel. It does really good. How about check valves? For what? I don't know.
Right, for the dual fuel setup.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's the same person here that's trying to do dual systems on taco time.
Which is a big single.
Keep two. Yeah, just keep two set. Yeah, like that's the best move. Just keep two like completely separate systems. You know what I mean?
Now, when you say that, are you two separate, like two sets of injectors, or are you? Yeah. That was one thing I was thinking of earlier today is how much better that would be, because then you're running your alcohol or methanol setup from one tank to those injectors, and you're running your pump gas 91, 93 from, to one set of injectors.
So like there's a couple of really high profile people in drag and drive world that do ball valves and like, a bunch of, I don't know why they do what they do, whatever. And I was told by a couple people that what I wanted to do, like with Alan's car, wasn't going to work. So I said, oh, okay. And then I did it and then laughed because like, you're wrong. And then, but there's some people that think that that's a good idea. And I mean, I guess like more power to them. But like with Alan's car, he runs 24 injectors. In my car, we run 24 injectors. On some of the other dual fuel cars, almost all the other dual fuel cars I've ever done are 16 injectors. So,
gotcha.
But they built the intake manifold with 24 holes in it, so we got to fill them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
But that's the move, though, man.
It's very, very fast. So why wouldn't you?
Hey, it's a different realm. We have 8 injectors, and we run the same 8 injectors all the time, and we always run the 85 cat piss fuel, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got a Cadillac in my shop right now, and we had to pull it. We had to pull a hose off to drill a hole through the firewall in this thing, and I didn't know that there was fuel in the car already, and I cracked the line loose and I got E85 on me, and I was like, mother effer, like you got to be kidding me. I was like, you almost didn't have me on here tonight because I was like, dude, I hate that my hand smells like this crap. I hate it, But no, I mean it is a really good fuel. It just it just smells like shit. You know what I mean? 16 injectors is typically the move in like the only reason we got 24 in like mine and Alan's is because the intake manifolds were built with 24. And when you get into big horsepower stuff on alcohol, it requires a huge injector, and they just don't idle well with a big injector. So,
yes,
So what we do, like with mine and with Alan's and a couple other cars that I've done with 24, is we idle and spool on a small injector, and then when you let go of the trans brake button, it transitions over to the big injector, so you don't ever have any of those like milk and oil, really rich idle characteristics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
Trevor Brandon also runs. He said he runs 12 injectors, but he also runs a GTR.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We don't run injectors upstream to cool the intake charge. More over the winter. You guys are probably. I think you guys shared the picture of my turbo inlet with the air filter thing on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is weld bungs into that little air filter thing, and throw two 800 pound per hour injectors there, and just hose that thing down with alcohol, and see what. That's the beauty of alcohol, like the stuff that you race on, not that you drink. The more, the merrier. Actually, it's the same for both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah. But no, for like the vast majority of people out there, especially the ones that are watching this, if you can deal with the smell of E85, it's the best fuel you can do for drag and drive. Like it is. You can get it just about everywhere usually. Although, Jay, did you check the map down by me?
It sucks.
Yep.
Yeah, those poor stations are going to get overrun. So let's stay on injectors for a second, because I want to, Jay, like what size do you guys use? And then is it like, how do you, I don't know, like with the power level you're making, what size injectors are you guys running? And then I guess can you idle that thing down? And I mean, obviously the car drives fine because you put 6,000 miles on it, but how do you
so we were on FID 2000s from Fuel Injector Dynamics. Tom Sewell. I mean, most people in the world know Tom, and the off times, or I guess the on times, are ridiculously low. They work great. They idle low. So there's nothing wrong with the injectors. I mean, the getting fuel in Florida was difficult. I literally yesterday looked at a map on alt fuel, and I was like, wow, there's not a lot of E85 in the Carolinas. I mean, we can convert the car over, but we don't run a composition sensor on Brian's car. And then, I mean, we just try and not run gas in the car. That's just how we have always run the car. So,
yeah.
But the 2000s, I mean, they're good to make. Geez, I think 18 or 1900 horsepower is where we're going to take his car to, and then we haven't been there yet. But
yeah, I've made 1900 on a set of Bosch 210s with a mechanical pump at 90 psi on cat piss.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Cat piss. Thanks.
Hey, are you guys running a single pump, or you got a dual pump setup?
Aeromotive, 5 GPM. So like on tilt, that thing will flow. I think they rated it 1,760 pounds an hour.
Wow.
Which is awesome in our application, because that correlates to about 1,700 tire or 1,700 crank, which correlates to somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,300 tire, 1,400 tire maybe, but everything is built to make a little bit more horsepower than what we believe we can make. So,
yeah, than what you'll need. Yeah.
So with
hashtag cat piss.
So with the lack of E85 out there, are you guys going to take more?
Hashtag cat piss.
Are you guys going to take more jugs with you then, or?
So after sick week, we added a third jug, so we have 15 gallons now. I mean, at the end of the day, we can make the car run on gas. That's not necessarily a problem. I don't want to. Again, fuel contamination, junking up the system and all that kind of stuff. So we'd rather not. But like I said, there are some checkpoints I think we can get to that don't cause us much problem. but it's amazing how much more E85 is in the Midwest than there is in the Carolinas and down in the Florida.
Well, shit, that's where they grow all the corn.
Right.
It's the Midwest.
Right. Yeah.
So,
well, like, send something down Devin's way.
Oh, I don't
right.
But you just buy a 55-gallon drum of it and just put it in the trailer.
That's a lot of weight.
Can you imagine lugging the 400 pounds of fuel around?
My
well, Devin's going to be like, I carry this much methanol and all this bullshit. That's what he's going to say next. But
no, actually, we don't use a lot of we don't carry a ton of it. We carry 15 gallons of alcohol in the little like we built a tank that holds 15 gallons that bolts on the side of the trailer. No, we carried 15. Like when we did Sick Summer, that thing was slam full right before we left, and we had like for day one we had enough fuel to make like 2 passes in the car or 3 passes in the car. No, 2 passes of alcohol, and we didn't have to buy fuel at all week. Like we didn't have to buy fuel. So now, granted, we were rather conservative with it. You know what I mean? So that's one of the things that you can accomplish when you have like a small injector for alcohol to idle on. If we were trying to idle on like 800s, it just wouldn't happen. You know? So
it's just garden hosing.
Yeah, you would milk the oil at that point too, right? Like
typically, yeah. But I mean, milking the oil is one of those things that a lot of people get all worried about. But if you can get the oil hot enough, it doesn't really milk because you cook the condensation.
Well, yeah, and it's not a problem in your application or ours where you're driving and the oil temps are high enough, right? Like it's not like a pro mod where you're going to be like, hey, I'm going to like run the car for like less than a minute total, and it's different problems, right?
Well, yeah, for sure. But no, I can tell you a little story about dual fuel and how it can become a problem, though, right? Day 3 of Sick Summer, we were at Great Lakes Dragway, and we've always had a system. That we make sure that we show up at the racetrack with like next to no pump gas in the car, right? So my car is set up to be like 56, 57% on the nose. What I mean by on the nose is like front weight bias, right?
Okay.
We wound up getting gas the night before, and we were a lot closer from the hotel to the racetrack than we thought we were. So we got to the track nice and early on Wednesday morning, and like I was talking about earlier with Great Lakes Dragway, there was so many people there, right? And it was like great to talk to so many different people. Just kind of forgot. I never drained the pump gas out of the car, right? Well, it turned into a problem that we didn't figure out until about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The first hit of the day, we went like 116, 60 foot, and then power wheelied around like 200 foot out. Had to get out of it. Okay. Tighten up the front end. I'm like, why did it power wheelie? Like, you know what I mean? Like, where did this come from? And then second hit went out, tightened up the front end too much, and it knocked the tires off about 100 foot out. And I was like, what the hell happened? And I was just looking at like I don't remember what it was, but I looked at like the fuel jug on the trailer, and I was like, man, this thing's like kind of empty. Huh. And I was like, wait a second. So we drained 7 gallons of pump gas out of it and went straight down Broadway, went like 674 or something like that at 210 or something. So so that's something that like if you do, that was a mistake that I made, right? That was a mistake that we made that we won't make again. And that's one of those things like where you take notes, you know what I mean? So
you have that checklist.
Yep.
That was done.
Drain the pump gas out of the car.
Bill Elkins says he has videos of all those runs.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah. No, I mean it's to me the drag and drive stuff is growing exponentially, and more people are coming to us to have them wire. The more and more people are coming to us to have us wire cars that are drag and drive cars. Like for years, Jay, I don't know if it's the same in your business, but for years, like all I did was grudge cars and like that's all I did. That's all I was wiring was like grudge cars, no time cars. And lately it's been drag and drive cars, like a lot of them, like over the past like year and a half or so, it's been a lot of drag and drive cars. So I hope it grows, you know?
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of that, and not necessarily that those guys are going to actually come out and compete in those cars, but they want to be able to have that opportunity to have a headlight and a tail light and blinkers and interior dome lights and all that kind of stuff.
Yep. Yeah, there's
I think there's an enjoyability factor that most like street car guys have, that they want to go to the track on the weekends, whatever, but they want to drive their cars. I say guys, but girls too, but like they want to enjoy their vehicle beyond taking it to the track. And so to be able to tag it, insure it, whatever they're doing, like that's important, right? And so, Devin's realm and mine as well is to get a car that's, it's crazy to think, 1,000 wheel horse capable, and then street drive it.
Yep.
To put those things together, and then as we like ha-ha'd about an hour ago, where you don't have this cumbersome cage to get around and removable door bars and all this kind of stuff. It's like, hey, like this really isn't that bad to get in and out of, and I can go street drive the shit out of it, and then I can go to the track and go 850s at 160 miles an hour. Like that's a big deal,
I just did this Malibu for a customer. It was a grudge car, and him and his father, actually I just did 2 cars for him in a row, but they're great people. And they dropped off the Malibu at my shop, and my car was sitting here, and I just got done putting the air jacks on my car, and the father was like, "Man, I can't believe
hate you for, by the way."
Oh, dude,
you're gonna get some serious jealousy going on with the.
I don't care. Get in line. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you,
no, I hate you because I'm envious, not because I hate you.
That's the next step. That's the next step. Just get in line. Evolution.
Get in line with the jealousy. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like they're sick. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. So anyways, this guy's here. He's at the shop, and his father goes, "Man, I can't. Like, how much does all that stuff weigh?" And I said, "Well, about 20 pounds, And he says, "Well, I can't believe you put that much weight in the car." And I said, "Well, I can't believe you'd build a $250,000 car and only use it for 12 minutes a day." And he just like kind of looked at me, and I was like, "Am I wrong?" And he's like, "No, but I never thought about it that way." And I was like, "Right." I said, "You bust your ass all week." And like, don't get me wrong, like I love race cars, you know what I mean? But I'm not talking bad about it, because like that's where this all started, right? You know what I mean? For me, at least, like as hardcore race cars, right? Well, I mean, it started with street cars, but the race car side of it is really important to me. But he never thought of it that way. He was just like, I never thought that we were only around this thing running for like a total of maybe 10 minutes a day at the racetrack. And we only go to the racetrack like one day every 2 weeks. It's like you spend $250,000 to have 20 minutes maybe a month of fun. 20 minutes. Like you could buy a lot of you could pay for like a lot of things that we probably can't talk about on here for a lot less money and have way more than 20 minutes. You know what I mean? Like maybe not like physically 20 minutes, but like you don't have to pay them to like leave right away either. You know what I'm saying? So like you could do a lot more stuff with $250,000 and just spend 20 minutes a month of enjoyment. So I hope some of those guys, and like I've got some friends that are switching race cars over to drag and drive cars, which if a couple of them follow through, I mean, I know they're following through, but if 2 of them in particular follow through, the drag and drive thing is going to change a little bit at the unlimited level and the, you know what I mean? And the modified level and whatnot. So it'll change a little bit. So.
Well, bring it on. That's
I have a plus one. I have a +1 for your unlimited class, Devin. I have a local guy he's like, "Hey, what's it take to be competitive?" And he's raced all facets. He's done round cars, stand cars, and then like I have Baker Engineering just down the road from me, and they're building a stout big block combo. and like next year should be fun for sure.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I really think, like I've said it all the end of last year and then all of this year for sure, this is a turning point year right here. Like it's gonna grow in that level. Like there's guys that have been looking at that stuff, and that's just how long it takes to build a car, you know?
Sure. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think that more and more cars are I got a friend who bought an old pro stock car, or not pro stock, top sportsman car, and is outfitting it to be a drag and drive car, and for unlimited, and it's like it's terrible looking too. You know what I mean? So like, which is awesome. It's like a mid '90s scheme top sportsman car. You know what I mean? So it's like got the purple and yellow and green everywhere. You know, so that one's pretty exciting. You know, I think it's a Corsica or like a
even better.
Oh, you know what I mean? It's like this is awesome.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's a really cool thing, and I hope that more and more people get involved in it. You know, there's definitely more and more races popping up, so hopefully more and more people start showing up. You know.
Yeah, that's for sure. We need more racers, and that's one thing that my goal is for 2024 is to push more of like go to a regular event and preach drag and drive, you know, because that's one thing that's great about what we're doing now is like we're at these events, but you know how it is when you go to promote something, if we're all promoting in the same pool, like at some point we're going to have to venture out and meet that new person to come in. We've had a lot of new folks come in this year, but not enough to support the number of events that we've hosted. That's for sure. So
yeah, I feel as if it's growing though, because again, like a lot more people are realizing that like economically it's hard to run at the top of the food chain in like radio racing or PDRA or whatever, right? It's just very hard to run at the top of the food chain. And when you're in heads up racing, all you care about is winning. You know what I mean? Well, when you do drag and drive, and I've said this a couple of times now, that like the first, like the win that you're looking for is like driving back through the gate on Friday.
Yes.
You know? Like,
yes.
Just making it back through the gate, you're like, man, this is great. Like we won, you know?
Yeah. I want to see
like,
my truck and trailer again.
I mean, honestly, like when we pulled back through the gate on Friday, like we for sick week in Florida, like we pulled back through the gate. We went over speed bumps in Orlando, and we pulled back in. I was like so happy about it. I said, I don't care if the transmission falls out of this piece of shit right now. I said, we won. It don't matter. You know what I mean? It doesn't even matter. You know, like that was the win. You know, like I don't care if you know what I mean. Like whatever. Like just it can kick a rod out of it at idle. I don't care.
Yep.
You know. So
there's it's hard to explain it to folks that the 1,000 miles that you just went with 300 other like-minded people, like there's nothing that is comparable to that. There's nothing. As an adult, there's nothing comparable. This is summer camp for adults.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It is.
Adam Dory, what's up, dude?
Yeah. Growth is great except for tech guys on tech day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So the first time that I dealt with Rick, I thought he hated me. You know.
Yeah.
And he'll probably chime in and be like, "No, you were right."
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, I could be a little bit.
Robert here, he's the co-pilot for Mark Campbell, who Jay will remember from Drag Week 2022, is the black Mustang that gave you guys so much fits day 1 and 2. He says, you know, drag and drive might be competitive, but the attitude of the event is so much more friendly, and that's the truth. Like, if you're going to beat your competitor, like you want them to be their best as well.
Yep.
Like. It's, you know, that's probably the biggest difference I've seen. And then everybody is always trying to find somebody on the side of the road and see if they can help them keep going. You know, it's like we're like this big nomadic herd of people that are trying to get from one place to the next.
I think everybody kind of got like a message got sent out or something to everybody during sick week that like, wow, Devin has everything. So if you need something, just go try to get it from him. You know what I mean? Like on like day 0 of sick week in Florida, I think I filled like 4 or 5 CO2 bottles, right? Because
nice.
I have like a big mother bottle in my big trailer, you know. So I was like they announced it over the freaking loudspeaker. I was like, "Yo, fuckers! Like, what are you doing?" Yeah, sorry. But I was like,
"You said the worst word."
I'm sorry. No. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm sorry that I said it here. You know.
But I think we're probably fine. I think there's only adults listening now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably fine.
But you know, what was funny about it is like they were advertising, like they said it over like the loudspeaker or something about. I don't remember exactly what it was. And at first I was like, God dang, man, you guys are killing me. But then I was like, I have it, and like everybody tried to pay me for it. I was like, I don't care. I don't want your money. Like, just take it and like hopefully don't let it all leak out. Like, close the valve. You know what I mean? And because like I'm not going to have this with me for the rest of the week, you know. And and I just really wanted to see them like be able to like finish the week. Like, and even though the week didn't even start, I wanted to see them be able to complete the week, you know, well. So they wanted me to run out. Probably, you ain't wrong.
They didn't bring laptops to you though, did they?
Oh, dude, we pulled in. This was wild. So day 0 in Florida. Park like back in the woods, you know, whatever, back in the grass back there, and we're unloading the car, about to go through tech. No, we go through tech. We come back from tech because we did like that VIP tech thing, which I think is like the greatest thing ever, right? I told everybody, I said $100. I said $100. I ain't gonna stand in line.
Well, and it was $100, and it went to charity. It wasn't
right. Oh,
it
went to something that I'm all about. Yeah. I'll pay $50 just to not stand in line to get lunch. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that's, you know, so I pay $100. We go through tech, we get back, and like this guy comes like running over with a laptop in his hands. He's like, "Man, I'm so glad I got to you early." And I was like, "Oh, what's going on, man? How are you?" You know, like I'm wondering like what's about to happen. I'm either getting a proposition. Who are you? Well, I had no idea, right? I was like, I'm either gonna get a proposition to do something I don't want to do, or maybe I pissed this dude off online and I'm fixing to get stabbed. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's what's about to go down, you know? And so I was like up in the air. I was like, well, what? So like I look over at Jordan. I'm like, hey man, you paying attention? You know? It's like, hey, if I get shivved, you know what I mean? Like we got to do something about it. And he's like, I'm glad I got you early. I was hoping you could tune my car or truck. I think it was a truck. I don't remember. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah. I figured I'd get to you before everybody else. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, I needed you to tune my truck or car or whatever. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. He's like, I got it running last week. And I'm like, dude, you got a better chance of getting pregnant than getting me to do this, you know? And he says, so what do you mean? He's like, well, can you at least just like ride with me to like the first checkpoint on day 1? I'm like, no. What are you doing? What is wrong, man? Like, what are you doing? Anyway, so I was like, no, I can't do it. You're like, I'm sorry. Like, we're here to compete and complete and whatnot. Yeah. And he was cool. He was like, oh, I understand. But you could tell he was kind of like, he was bummed about it. And I get it, you know. But I saw him on Friday and he was still driving the truck, right? And I saw him and I was like, I walked over to him. I was like, dude, hell yeah. And he's like, oh, it has not been good. I was like, well, what do you mean? He's like, it's not been good. It hasn't been a good week. I said, you heard anything? He goes, my pride. I was like, all right, fair enough, you know. I said, you made it though. He's like, it was an awesome week, but it was a really bad week. And I said, all right, fair enough, you know. But it was great to see him, you know what I mean? It was awesome that like he made it, you know. And that's what the coolest part about it is like you get bummed when you hear that somebody breaks and that you weren't able to help them or they weren't able to fix it themselves or whatever. Where like when you're in like heads up drag racing, right? Everybody will say it. Like everybody like lies. They'll all say it like, well, I don't ever want to just, you know, get a competition by. Yeah, you do. Yeah. Yes, you do. Every time you put your hand into the hat to draw a chip, you know, everybody wants to buy. Don't lie. You know what I mean? Like just be honest about it. But with this, you don't want the buy because it isn't a buy. You know what I mean? Yep. So that's what I think makes this side of the sport so cool.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing we're seeing too at the level of like the top runners in a class, especially the 850 stuff. You know, those guys have their stuff sorted. You know, I know Dustin and Steve Trance haven't had a whole lot of testing time I know they haven't really hit any races this year, so my money, if I'm putting money on folks, it's on Jay and Brian because they've tested and proven that car is highly, highly capable of doing what it's supposed to do. So it's
Thank you, and hell
it's
yeah.
yeah, that's going to be an interesting drag week, and I've been saying it's going to be that this is what's going to change the world championship stuff too, is because there's going to be new folks that weren't planned, and then there's going to be folks that come out and perform well and take huge strides forward towards the point stuff. All right, let's talk about how you guys got into this, because nobody chooses wiring and plumbing race cars. That stuff chooses you.
Everybody hates this shit.
And I love it. Yeah, I enjoy because it is so. It's not gratifying, by any means, but I've been wiring under the hood of the C10 truck at my brother's shop, and everything is a different color. Literally, one wire had 2 splices to lengthen it. And we're cleaning all of that up when we put this LS in. It's I don't know. There's just so much when you pop the hood on that thing. It's okay, this looks 100 times better than what it did. That is gratifying. So how did you guys get into wiring and doing all that stuff? Who put you there? Why? How? All that stuff.
Jay, you want to go first on this one?
Sure. So I'm 41, and I was a stereo junkie as a kid. So, rewind 17 years ago, and I was doing stereos for people. And it consisted of amps and head units and components, speakers. And then my dad, back in the late 70s, early 80s, owned a fiberglass shop. And so I was doing fiberglass stereo boxes because my dad taught me how to do that stuff. And so really it's been, to that tune, it's been that where my 12 volt exposure has been from. And then fast forward, I'm a degreed engineer. In 2005, I graduated from Purdue. Actually, the mechanical engineering degree, but a lot of emphasis on electrical stuff. And so that really kind of drove me, that furthered or progressed my aptitude in electronics and 12 volt stuff. And then it had to have been 15 or 16 years ago, someone was like, hey, I got Big Stuff 3. Can you wire it into my car? And I was like, yeah, I probably can because it's 12 volt electronics. This isn't difficult, And that was 15 years ago. And that was really before Holly, it was probably V3 Holly Dominator stuff back then, or V2 maybe even.
13 years ago, Dominators were released. So you're talking about and 15 years ago, you're talking about the only thing that was from Holly was maybe the Projection 950 or that, you know what I mean? Some of the old stuff.
Yeah. And maybe my years, they skew a little bit, but anyway, it was Big Stuff 3. And then 3 or 4 years later, it was hey, this Holly thing exists. And we were like, what the shit is this? And at the time, maybe it's wild. What's the nominator right now, Devin? $2,600, $2,635,
something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's something.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
We scoffed 13 years ago when it was $1,400.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy.
But yeah, that's and what's wild is the hardware has not changed one bit in 14 years or 12 years or whatever it's been. But so my background was stereos, engineering, and now into wiring. And then I spent 14 years in corporate America doing a very myriad of things. And then now it's 2.5 years wiring cars, and it's been awesome.
That's awesome.
So
that's cool.
I'm 40, so you got me by a year.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
I just turned 41 like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so in November I'll be 41. So you only got me by a couple months.
Yes.
I'm 40 going on 70. I've got the body of a 70-year-old. I'm decrepit and falling apart. I started tinkering with cars when I was like 15. Friends I had friends that their father raced circle track stuff, so like I was around that, right, which was carburetors and hitting walls, and drinking a lot of beer and fighting. They did a lot of that, which that hasn't changed. So anyway, I had like a good group of like friends when we were young, right? And we all got cars, and one person kind of knew how to, and when I say like we had the one friend who knew how to build an engine, he didn't know how to build an engine. He had the balls to pull one apart and figure it out and try to put it back together and then blow it up. But so when you're really young like that, you're like, well, who's going to be the idiot that does this? And who's going to be the idiot that does that? And I just happened to be the idiot that was interested in computer side of cars, right? So I did, as far as my fuel injection experience, and wiring and whatnot, the first fuel injection system I ever installed, actual standalone EFI, I did a bunch of little piggyback stuff when I was really young, like the SAFCs and the HKS VPCs. I did a lot of import stuff too. Was a Haltech E6K, and this was in like 2001 maybe. And then it just kind of grew from there. Probably 10 years ago, I started wiring cars on the side after my day job. Maybe 9 years ago. And it just kind of grew and grew. And then I didn't really like, I don't really like, how do I say this? I don't like dealing with people, right? And it's nothing against them. It's 100% on me. But I like their cars, right? So like I do better dealing with the cars than I am the people. That's why now my fiance works for me, because she's really good at dealing with people. And don't get me wrong, like I'll help anybody. It's just that I'm not very good at dealing with like if a customer or a person came to me and they're pissed off about something, it's a terrible situation for them. Because like I'm worse at what they're about to try to do than they are. You know what I mean? Like, I will beat them at it, right? So like I don't. So with the well, yeah, there you go. Tyler says it's funny you don't like people, and it's true. Like I don't. It's I'm good at talking to people. It's just that like when you start like dealing with in a corporate setting, right? It's like in a work setting, right?
Yeah.
You have to like, I don't know. You can't curse at people, and like you can't tell them how you feel, and like it's just not me. It's just not a good thing for me. So this turned into let's just do this full time, because when I was doing this as a hobby, or not a hobby, but like my part-time job, my after my day job type job. I was making more money doing this than I was at my day job, and my day job was to a point where like I got like so kind of ahead. I worked for General Electric Aviation, and I worked in a part of the plant. I volunteered to work in a part of a plant that like nobody else wanted to work in, right? So that I didn't have to deal with anybody, right? So it worked out really good. So during the day, I would like order parts, talk to companies, like set up jobs, talk to customers, like all this stuff while I'm at my day job. And then when I go home, I'd start working. And then anyway, so it turned into doing this stuff full time, and we've had great success. I've wired I think we're up to like 135 or 140 cars, 150 cars, something like that, with Holly EFI from scratch. So it's pretty cool. It's fun. We met a lot of people from all over the world. It's kind of Jay, I don't know if you do this or not, but like I almost kind of take people's like glory from them, which kind of sucks, but like it's not my fault. Somebody builds a car for like years, right? And the last stop is typically wiring. Well, at least it should be, right?
Close
Guess what we do?
Yep.
Guess what we get to do for them? fire it up.
Yep.
Oh man, yeah. Yep.
So you spend all those years, right? Like I just fired one up last night, right? The guy's been putting the car together for a long time. It's like a badass billet Coyote with a big turbo alcohol. You know, it's a really nice car. I film every time I fire one up. Like every time I do a first start on a car, I film it, you know, just so like people, if there was a problem or something, like they're seeing it on video, like, hey man, I didn't, you know what I mean? It's not like I just beat this thing with a hammer or something. You know what I mean? So I fired it up last night and like, I get so amped up and I'm like, in the video, I didn't post it or nothing. Like I typically don't post a lot of the cars that we work on because we already have too much work. So like, I don't need to advertise. But in the video, like in almost all the videos of the first startups, I'll kind of give like a little rundown, like, hey, this is like the car I just did last night. Hey, this is Donald's, you know, 03 Cobra, billet Coyote, blah, blah, blah. First startup attempt, number 1, right? And I pressed the button and it fires right off. And I started giggling. I was like, because like, and it happens every time because I'm like, got it. You know what I mean? Like first shot, nailed it, right? And and that's like the biggest rewarding part of it to me. You know what I mean? So like, and then I really enjoy being able to hand off a car to somebody who's been like busting their ass to put it together for a long time and go like, here's your race car or street car or drag and drive car or whatever you have, you know, go enjoy it. You know what I mean? After you do my to-do list. So, So yeah, I mean, it's just been, as far as like the thing that nobody likes to do, I think the reason why nobody likes to wire, and Jay, you can agree or disagree with this, but I think the reason why people don't like wiring is because we have gotten to a point in society where people want instant gratification. And wiring is a very non-gratifying job. You know,
you're going to spend all day doing something and right. It doesn't look any different. Yeah.
Right. But like the guy who paints the car, that's gratifying, right? Because he's got a picture of his car and it's like, you know, a quarter knocked out of it and like it's rotted to pieces. And then, you know, however long later, now we have like this beautiful car and like people go, wow, that's amazing. So I think the reason why a lot of people don't like to wire stuff is because they're impatient. Jay, I'm sure you're a lot like myself where you take a ton of notes. And because you have to, right? You have to have a pin map. You have to plan. The biggest part of wiring a race car or street car from scratch is the planning. That's the hardest part, you know?
Yeah.
Right. Like I do them all in Excel. Like I keep like, you know, it's insane. I've gotten to the point now
that's
where
Excel based. I mean, it's same deal, right?
Yeah. I've gotten so like petty about it that like Laura, if she's still watching, she can chime in about this. But she bought me cheap paper for the printer, like real lightweight paper. It was like bullshit, you know what I mean? And I was like livid about it, you know. So like I went on Amazon and bought like the most baller paper I could find. I was like, yeah, we're good. So like now like I print stuff out and I'm like,
bought heavy.
Yeah, we're talking 28-pound paper. You know what I mean? We're talking the nice stuff, you know. I like the low gloss too, you know. So that's the level of obsession that it ends up turning into when you do this stuff for a living. You know? So it is a job that most people don't like doing, and it is a job that is not very gratifying. But it's also Jay, you're probably in the same boat as me. It's a job that seems as if it's in unbelievably high demand. So
yeah, I mean, and I'm sure Jay. Again, you guys do this all day, every day.
The thing is like,
go ahead.
The car doesn't run without electrical connections. And I don't care whose engine or whose transmission you have or whatever, but like it doesn't work without going to reverse. It doesn't work without the trans brake. It doesn't work like it's just electrically. It's what links it all together.
Well, you know, the funny thing about it is, especially since we're on this show here, we're talking about drag and drive stuff. What's the number one failure that happens on drag and drive? Yes, I am proud of the paper, Laura. So shut up, okay? All right, piss off. It's good paper. I got some right here, and I bought 5 reams of it. So So, what's the number one failure in drag and drive though?
Wiring.
What's the most common failure? It's electrical. It's always electrical.
Yep.
Always. And what's always been interesting to me is like we get cars from like all different how do I say this? Income levels, right? Or like expense levels, right? So like we do cars that are maybe they're a $40,000 total cost build, right? Or $50,000, right? All the way up to like $300,000, right? And it's do you see what Laura just wrote? That's funny. It's true. It's every day. Every day I print it because the printer's right next to her desk. I'm like, that's pretty nice paper, ain't it? Robert's grinding. So anyway, so what happens is people spend say $5,000 or $10,000, $15,000 on electronics, right? They buy all the best of the best shit, right? Mm-hmm. And then they expect you to install it for like $2,000. And it's like,
I was gonna say $100.
Right. Like, what? I have a good friend who owns a shop, a very successful shop in Virginia, and the way he quotes jobs is like, the person spent $10,000 in electronics, then they need to budget at least $10,000 to install it. That's the way he quotes. That's the way he bills the job by the hour.
It's pretty close.
Yeah. So the tough part about like wiring cars for a living is we're typically the last stop or one of the last stops. What that means is that most everybody is just about at their budget cap, right? Mm-hmm. So they've
or past it,
or past it, right? And they've spent a lot of money building a really nice car that they take a lot of pride in, but now they're like looking for any way, shape, or form that they can kind of save some money. And I'll be honest, I mean, I feel as if we're cheap. And I've gotten this, people have said, oh, he's expensive or assumed that we're expensive, but I feel as if we're cheap. And Ryan, can't take more than an hour to do it, right? Yeah, right. It's just a couple wires, just twist them together, right? Well, then why did you just freaking bring it to me? Like, why are you here?
Yeah.
Well, I want it to look really nice. That's why. And then if you do this half-ass job, just throw it together for me and tune it. And I'll give you a couple $100, right? That's all that costs.
Right. Yeah. We just need to print we need to print like really long. We need to print really long 2-inch wide stickers that say this is really nice, and then take a whole bunch of wires and just stick them over top of it and go, look, it looks really nice.
Yeah. So I was with my brother. I was working out there yesterday, and just in the like cleanup of the battery terminal, I had 45 minutes, right? Mm-hmm. Like getting all the old jank ass stuff done, clean up, looming stuff. I mean, it's 45 minutes just in that, and it was 4 wires that then had to be rerouted and everything like that. I'm like, this is why that stuff is so expensive.
Yep.
But so worth it because it looks so much better.
Well, and the thing is that I've got like my personal car, we've done a lot with it, especially in the past 2-ish years, right? We've done a lot with the car, a year and a half, whatever. And it's not like a car that is something that you just want to hop into and drive every day, right? So don't take it that way. But we have not had a single failure. We've not had a single electrical related failure, right? Like we could break a torque converter, right? But I can't, you know what I mean? I can't like wire to a torque converter to make that break. But it's we haven't had a single failure. So I think that kind of speaks of it. And we've gotten into plumbing about 2 years ago. I mean, I've always plumbed all my own stuff, but like we got into like a very high level of plumbing, like very nice level of plumbing about 2.5 years ago. And because plumbing is really just kind of the same as wiring, you know what I mean? Like a lot of planning, and it's just kind of how things have to flow. And you can have a car that was plumbed in the cheapest way possible and it looks like total ass, or you could have a car that was plumbed in the cheapest way possible, but they took an extra 5 hours and did a really good job and it looks fantastic and it doesn't have failures. So, it's not always about the money side of it. It's more about the patience. And that's where I said like wiring and plumbing are like the things that you don't get instant gratification from, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Few of my favorite things. Yeah. I bet they are.
Yeah.
You know,
that's one thing I think we're going to start seeing too, is people moving towards getting that solid, getting a very good base. We're having a lot less, I would think, trashy shit come into Dragon Drive. We're seeing a lot more nicer cars. Well, one question that did come across my mind earlier was like, this may be a hard question to answer, but what's like a Dragon Drive car wiring harness weigh? I mean, like, because you guys use a different wire than what you would go to like your local parts store and buy. Like, I mean, what's something like that weigh?
Oh, I don't know. You know, honestly, what winds up weighing the most, I mean, if you take battery cables out of the equation, it's not that heavy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, we lost Jay. Yeah, no, it's really not that heavy. I don't know about weight, because honestly, I haven't weighed anything. I mean, I've weighed some panels, but they have like an ECU and like a whole bunch of other stuff on it, and I'll just throw everything on top of the scale and weigh it all together. I really don't know. The biggest thing, like when you go to like somebody who knows what they're doing when it comes to like wiring a car, the biggest thing about it is where you save, I guess, weight or size. Size is really the way I look at it. I don't look at it at weight. I look at it at size. Like,
okay, makes sense.
We just redid a car. He was commenting in here, but I don't want to name him in case he doesn't want to be named. But like, we just redid a car that was wired by somebody else. I'm not talking bad about that other person either. But like, they had wires coming out of the front inner fender well, right? And it had, I mean, like, it's kind of hard to see in my hand here. There was a bundle of wire about yay big, and it had a grommet that was 4-inch diameter with a big 4-inch hole in the inner fender well with all these wires coming out of it. And they were all in like loom and whatnot. And when we were done with it, it had about maybe a half to 3/4. No, not even a 3/4, because I don't even have any wire covering that's 3/4 of an inch. So it had to have been under half of an inch. And instead of 4 inches, right? So you don't think that that's much difference, but when you have that stuff running all over the place, it's huge. It makes a huge difference, you know? So you get that wire from the parts store. It's true. It is true. Yeah. We use a wire called Tevzel, right? So it's got a lot higher amperage capacity, and it also has it's a lot smaller of a jacket. It's tin plated copper. It's a lot more conduct. It's just overall better wire, and it's really good for heat. So, but yeah, no, the wiring side of things is the thing that most people don't really appreciate. Earlier, you asked me about, what are the things like with Dragon Drive, like to automate things and make things better.
Yeah.
Is that something you want to talk about?
Yes, all day.
Yeah.
And then I want to talk about this fan stuff too here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What do you got? Well, let's do the fans first. What do you got?
All right. So the other night when you were on with Joe and Cameron Powers and Matt Happel on the Sloppy Mechanics radio show, right? You were talking about, you did this huge ass fan test, because I feel like with a lot of people converting their cars from race cars to street cars, it's, how big of a fan can I put on? But that's not really the answer, right? No. It's the fan may not be the only part of it. And I saw the Delta PAG thing here, and that's what made me think of it because of your conversation the other night. So you apparently in that you're telling the story of like you did some huge ass fan test or something. So where can we find that?
Oh, I didn't publish it.
Oh,
me and my employee Justin, who's become a great friend. Oh, there he is. He's back.
I'm back.
We did the great fan shootout of 2022. We did it in December. I think it was in December. We took 8 different fans from a bunch of different manufacturers and a bunch of OEM stuff, and set them up on like a little test rig, held an anemometer over them, checked voltage, amperage draw, blah, blah, blah. Kind of found the winner. So like when you're sizing a cooling system, obviously, like everybody always thinks like, bigger is better, right? Which it is if it's good, right? If it's good, bigger. If it's just bigger junk, then no. Yeah. So yeah, Laura's not wrong. Yeah, there was literally fans arriving at our shop every day for a week. Yeah.
You drive, Eric.
Me.
Yeah.
You drive.
Yeah, so like I was just buying fans and I was like, oh, we'll try this one, we'll try that one. So OEM is really hard to beat in the fans.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically there was a couple of them that were just like terrible and I just shipped them back. Because like we didn't actually like cut anything or you know what I mean? Like we just set them up, like propped them up and powered them up, you know. It depends on like what you have in front of the fan or like that the fan's going to pull through in order for it to move air. So the Delta PAG, like he mentioned Delta PAG up there, right? Delta PAG makes really good stuff. Like I'm not unhappy with their product. They make a good product. And I had it on my car and it was kind of it's kind of like the reason it's not on my car is like my own fault and semi-Delta PAG's fault, I guess, just for not I guess it's really all my own fault because it wasn't a good enough education to me, right? Because at the time I was like, well, these flow X amount of CFM, they should be good to go. Well, it's all based off of like what does it have to draw through. So John from Delta PAG is a very smart dude. Builds a very nice product. The issue that I had with Delta PAG, they worked great until I had to shorten up the shroud because I needed more room. And then we forced those fans to pull through a 2 3/4 inch thick radiator. So I described it, I guess the easiest way for me to understand it is like John at Delta PAG has come up with a fan that moves an incredible amount of CFM, and it's because it has such a high RPM. And the blade doesn't cavitate, right? So it has a lot of horsepower, right? That's the way I look at it. Horsepower for a fan is good to pull through a thinner radiator. If it doesn't have any torque, it doesn't want to pull through a thick radiator. So the reason I strayed away from Devin. Does that make sense?
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah. So like the only way you get torque or the only way you get horsepower and torque is it's RPM and power, right? Like power consumption, so amperage, right? So the Delta PAG stuff's good, but the thing about Delta PAG is like if you're going to run his fans, listen to him. Like buy his radiator. You know what I mean? He builds a monocore radiator. I'll be honest, Alan's car has got a Delta PAG setup in it. It has a dry sump tank right behind one of the fans and a methanol fuel cell behind the other one. And when I say behind them, I mean about 2.5 inches away from the fans. It's literally just blasting into a wall. Justin, my employee, and I were looking at it. And we're like, boy, this thing is never going to run cool. Like this thing's going to overheat, right? Does a great job. The car runs like 190 degrees on 93 octane and like 100-degree day. Like that's killer, you know? Yeah. So he did a great job at building that system for him. Now, if you've got the easiest answer to give anybody, in my opinion, is if you have like a radiator that already fits in your car and you're just looking for fans to adapt to fit that, look at the OEM stuff. It is hard to mess with the OEM stuff. If you're on 12 volt or 14 volt with an alternator, buy Spall brushless. They're easier to mount. They move an incredible amount of air, and they're a very robust fan. If you're on 16 volt with an alternator, don't look at Spall brushless because they shut off at 17.2 volts. So they're a no-go. I wish that they didn't. I called Spall multiple times, just asking for different people. You know what I mean? I was like, well, maybe he's full of shit, you know? Right. He's not. None of them were. They were all correct. It does shut off. Ryan says OEM on all my stuff 100%. The OEM stuff. So here's what I found. All the newer OEM stuff, almost all the new OEM stuff is brushless, right? And the beauty of brushless fans is like in like software like Holly, you can program them, you can pulse with them to slow down, speed up based off of temperature. So it's literally like once you're done setting it up, programming, and installing it, it's like a carefree thing. You know, it's like you never have to even think about it again. You know.
Yeah.
Ryan, I didn't test the Boss Mustang one.
Devin, you're on the GM stuff, like out of like 15 Silverado.
Yeah, that's what's in my car now.
What fans you're in right now?
Yeah, that's what's in there. It's a 2016 like Chevrolet 1500. I think it's like a dual 16-inch fan setup from them.
Wow.
I don't remember exactly what it came off though.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what model or whatever. But they are.
Yeah, but I think it's like 15 to 18 or 14 to 18 Silverado.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't you guys build a bracket?
In Brian's car and amp draws are high.
What are you using?
Chevy Cruise fan.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And we were on a Chrysler PWM controller, and amp draws are still up there.
So, sorry about that. The fans I run draw, I think, like 26 amp each at full tilt.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's up there too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to me, they never get to full tilt though. Like during summer, it was pretty miserable out, and my car ran at like 175 the whole week. So I don't have them turning on to full tilt until 190.
Awesome.
So I think amperage, I would have to check my notes, but like at 60% duty cycle, amperage draw was right in the neighborhood of like 16 amp. So it's really not too bad when they're not like wide open.
Yep.
The other good one that I've used is like the and this one's like a great option for like 99% of the cars out there. It fits perfect. The factory shroud isn't that bad. So like it's like Mike, you were asking like, what'd you do? Just build a bracket. I have the world's most expensive fan shroud, so we don't want to talk about what I have. But the setup that, absolutely absurd. But will work really good. You know? Let's just say that like I had my fabricator machine a piece of billet aluminum to make a mount to bolt to the motor for the fan. Anyway, it was a lot of money. You don't want to have to go through what I did. If you just want something that'll bolt on like a typical Fox body radiator, which is just about the same size as everything else out there, the 2014 through 2018 Chargers and Hellcats, they have a dual 13-inch fan. That joker for $250 from Amazon. It's PW. It's a brushless fan. It's I think they were like 16 or 17 amp each at full tilt. Fantastic setup for like $250. It's like really hard to beat. You know, I mean, very, very hard to beat. We put one set on. Well, my employee Justin has a set on his Chevelle. We put another set on another friend of mine's C10 pickup with like an turbo LS swap, and I think it runs like 165, 170, like whatever we program the fans to come on at, like full tilt. It just doesn't climb anymore. So but like cool, like electrical and cooling, Drag and Drive's number 1 and 2 enemies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Cooling will kill more cars than anything. One thing, Rick Dodge here had a good paragraph. He says, saw something interesting at Midwest Drags. We did a master shutoff test on a car in Tech, and it didn't shut off, but it ran differently. Come to find out, it was being backfed from the trailer that had a small battery for LED lights. Won't see that in regular race cars, just drag and drive cars with trailers.
Mm-hmm. And if that person had a PDM in his car, he wouldn't have had that problem.
That's wild, man.
That's PDMs versus relays and fuses. There we go.
Yeah. So, Jay, when your connection dropped out, we were talking about like what's the like automation, right? So like automation for drag and drive, you know, like making these cars like actually, you know, usable, right? And to me, PDM is king. And for anybody watching, that's power distribution module, like a race. I use Raceback SmartWire a lot. What are your thoughts on them?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on them?
So, like, I mean, my customer base drives my customer base drives a lot of that, and so I'm a fuse and relay guy.
Sure.
And that's just that's my price point. That's the pool I play in, right? And so like I have Spark experience, but it's for me it's fuse and relay. That's just where we play.
Well, so when we quote a job, we always ask like, what do they want to use? You know what I mean? Because like I need to know their components, right? And if we can put a PDM in the car, it literally knocks 10 hours of labor out of the job. That's the way we look at it, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And so the way I always like word this with people is like, okay, so you buy your switch panel and like a relay panel and whatnot, and like let's just say that costs $1,200, right? And say a smart wire is $2,500. If you take that $1,200, then add the additional 10 hours of labor it's going to cost you, call it $1,000. Now you're at $2,200. This is just the way we operate. I'm not saying everybody, So that it gets to the point where you're like splitting hairs. So I'm a big smart wire fan. I like the smart wire the most, and I've used a couple of them, and I like the smart wire the most. It just seems to be the most robust with the most output capability. It's not exactly the fanciest. It's certainly not that. It's
the GUI is 1996 for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But it works. You know what I mean? It's like it's PLC ladder logic. That's all it is. It's it's very, very, very archaic programming, but it works. It works every time, and we haven't had any issues with them. So that one internet guy says the smart wires are junk. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like my thing on the drag and drive side of the world is like, like for me on drag and drive, like you can't buy a smart wire O'Reilly or at AutoZone or whatever, and you can buy a relay and a fuse there. Right. So that's where I wrestle with if it fails, what doesn't work. I mean. Those are the things that come into my brain too.
Right.
I mean, I've never had failure. I mean, like, and you may or may not have. Like, I've had one guy that had switch panel fail, and then he had 8 switches that worked and 8 that didn't, and it's like, shit. Now
was it a keypad? Was it keypads?
Keypad, yeah.
Oh my god, the freaking dongles. All right.
Yeah,
we can't talk about this.
That's what it was too.
We cannot talk about this because I'm about to have an aneurysm. I'm already getting uncomfortable.
I might have messaged you about the dongles, right?
Like, I don't know. Somebody texted you and told you to do this to me. Somebody told you to do this to me, and this is not funny. And I see Matt over there. Don't do it, Matt. Don't do it. It's terrible. Yeah, they were getting shipped out of Race Pack, not programmed.
Oh man.
Yeah, for like months, and it's been the bane of my existence for a really long time.
Wow.
But anyway, I have to get off of that topic because I'm losing my shit. Like, I'm gonna wind up calling Donnie at Race Pack when we get off of here and be like, and those fucking dongles, like I told you, y'all just have half the drag week field. Yeah, probably. No, I mean it's all preference.
Not me. But
the big takeaway though is that like a good EFI system, you can program them to do a ton of stuff for you.
Yeah,
I see so many people like at these. Don't do it. Don't do it, Ryan. Don't do it. Don't do it. Why you got to do this to me? Is this because of the trans tunnel? Is that what this is? This is over the trans tunnel, isn't it? Huh? I knew it.
And then Ryan is just gonna like ram the shit out of you.
I see so many people in some of these drag and drives, and they're like, "Oh, I forgot to hit my toggle switch for the fan." And I'm like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
it's 2023, dude. It's not like 1987. You know what I mean? Like, You didn't have to pull the choke before you fired the car up, did you?
Yes. Amen.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. When you were on last time, that's what we were talking about too, is like automation and like how much less that means for your brain to have to keep up with. And after racing your car every day and driving it 1,000 miles, the less you worry about, the better.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I don't want to have to I don't want to have to think about some, random thing that I forgot to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To answer that question, question.
Hang on. The question is, are you 16 volt? And if so, what do you think about having problems with fires?
Well, I don't think 16 volt versus 12 volt has anything to do with fires. It's only 4 more volts. Yes, my car is 16 volt. Alan's in here. He's such a dick. So my car is 16 volt. We sell an alternator that works so well with 16 volt lithium batteries. I dealt with Power Master to build this alternator for us. And it doesn't have an external adjustable regulator, which is the key to that. It has an internal regulator that's set to a maximum of 17.5 volts. And we use a lithium battery named by P Motive, Full Spectrum Power. They're fantastic. They use a different, I don't remember exactly what it is. It's not the titrate ion lithium cell. It's the other one. It's like, well, I don't remember what they are, but no matter whatever it is, it uses the safe lithium cell. It's a little bit heavier of a battery, but it uses the safe lithium cell. The fires that he's talking about are from typically what I see having problems with batteries, like 16 volt lithiums. Yeah, there you go. Alan ran Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, never hooked up to a charger.
Wow.
Which is you know what I mean? Like, and especially with him, because like I know damn well he like turned on like the override switch for like fans or some dumb stuff, or left lights on or whatever, and then like walked off, got ice cream, and came back scatter squirrel brained and said, "Oh, I forgot this stuff on." And those full spectrum power batteries are fantastic. They hold a ton of reserve capacity for lithium. But I think the reason why you see fires is because most people overcharge them and then over discharge them. And lithium doesn't play nice with doing that.
No.
And, it's, and I think a lot of the battery manufacturers get a bad rap for that. Like, oh, my battery blew up. And it's like, well, yeah, but you also didn't tell anybody how, like, you've been trying to start the car for 20 minutes straight. You never hooked a charger up to it and it dropped down to 9 volts. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't tell anybody about that, or that you just hooked up your 1984 Craftsman jump box starter thing, charger to your 16 volt lithium, and then it didn't start, so you just hit it with the welder with 220 to try to get it to fire off.
Yeah,
300
amp boost charge.
Right. Let's put this thing on broil mode, and and I don't know why it burnt. I have no idea.
I would like to melt the casing off of all of this wiring, please.
Right. So, I think a lot of it comes from like lack of maintenance, and every single thing on like any car that's on any car period, but like everything's a maintenance item. It just depends on what the schedule is, Yeah. So like every single thing's a maintenance item, and you just really have to come up with your own schedule. So he asked about a fire. My car is sitting right behind me with a 16 volt lithium battery in it. It is not unhooked. It is not anything. I leave it there. Never had any problems with it, So, yeah.
And Brian's car has a 12 volt lithium ion battery in it, or lithium polyphosphate, whatever the hell, LiFe PO4 battery in it, and it sits all day, every day in the trailer, driving down the road, just 12 volt.
Yep.
Same deal.
Matt, why are you still awake?
Who's saying
You're being mean.
Probably me.
Me or Devin?
Devin's tired from spending 5.5 hours with Matt and the guys the other night. Hey, I'll tell you, it did take me a couple days to get through that podcast, but dude, it was really, really good. You guys were like on another level. I was driving, listened to it, and I was like, I got to where I was going, had not even realized that I was still driving. I was trying just to understand what you guys were talking about.
Yeah. Well, you got 4 squirrel brains there. You know what I mean? You know?
Yep.
So if you, I don't know, to me, if you plan ahead, you wire the car, you set the car up right and make it automated, you can make this stuff a heck of a lot easier, you know? Fuel level. So
Devin, you and I talked about it 6 summer where
Where's
it was
Scotty
like,
at?
I mean, people like assume they're going to have electrical issues on a drag and drive event, and it's like you don't have to have electrical issues if you understand what amp draws are, what wire gauge you should have, plan ahead, do the right things. I mean, I have cars that I wear for guys that are like 1980s small block nitrous guys, and they're like, I need 7 switches on my switch panel, and I'm like, no, you don't. Yeah. That ECU is smarter and better than you are at any day, any hour of any day, programmed properly.
So you know what's funny? I heard something really funny like a couple months ago from a customer. He's like, I said, well, I'm going to set up the ECU to turn on it had an electric water pump and, fans and whatnot. And I said, I'm going to set it up so to automate the water pump and automate the fans, all that stuff. And he's like, oh, I don't want to do that. And I'm like, why? He's like, well, man, I don't know if I can really trust that. so think about that statement. We're putting this fuel injection system in a car, and it's going to run your damn engine, right?
But
it's
I
going
don't
to fire
trust
injectors and coils, and it's going to do all this stuff, and you're going to make 50 pounds of boost. It's going to make 2,000 horsepower, and this fuel injection system is going to do all of that, right? But you don't think it can turn on a friggin' water pump?
At 140.
Right. Yeah, no. I mean, I turn them on at 500 RPM. Electric water pumps are running all the time. For me, that's and like it literally, like, it just turns on. There you go. I don't know. Matt, people don't trust drive-by-wire. Well, I'm one of them. I do not like drive-by-wire.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either.
It's not because of a trust thing. It's because there's too many chances for it to not. I don't know. I've never had a cable stick because we use a throttle rod like a man with a tow hook. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and drive-by-wire it'll scotch at high boost levels and shit.
Right.
Like,
yeah, I don't know how many people are shoving a 50 pounds of boost through a drive-by-wire throttle body either. You know what I mean?
The people that are having fault codes, like, on stock computer or aftermarket.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the drive-by-wire. I never will be. I don't even like it in my truck.
Hey, Red Hat, buy an IO expander.
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier when he said he was out of IOs.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can put switches all over the car until you forget to turn one on.
Yeah,
or you leave it on.
Yeah, Cameron is out of IO. I wired his car, and he's got friggin' everything. I'm not talking bad about you, Cameron, but I am going to talk a little bit of shit about you. He's like, yeah, we definitely need rear diff temp. I was like,
rear diff temp.
Like, oh, okay. Like, I remember like looking at him, and I was like, oh, you need rear diff temp, huh? And he's like, oh yeah, for sure. And I was like, for what? Well, we need that. I want to monitor it. I was like, well, what are you going to do if it's too hot? Well, I don't know. Okay.
Put a cooler on it when he gets back to the house.
Yeah. Oh,
power steering temp.
He does. We wired a power steering temp. What? I was like, dude, are you kidding me? You're literally going in a straight line.
That's wild as fuck right there.
Yeah. Oh, forgetting the intercooler pump. Oh, I'm on the list. Hey, I got switches that we can hit now. It's not really a switch. It's a valve.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, your air jacks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So Cameron needs rear diff temp so we can monitor that on drag and drive sometime soon. I need him and Matt Happel to get in that damn Crown Vic and come on.
So when is Matt Happel doing a drag and drive?
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard him say a few times he really wants to. He just wants to do it in like one of the stock Crown Vics and get the experience and then come back in something fast.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I can appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, I just hope anybody shows up. Like, whatever you're gonna bring something cool. You know what I mean?
yes.
Yeah.
That's going to be a great. I'm so glad that I'm not in the backseat of that one. I can just imagine the nonstop, like, all over the place conversation. You know what I mean? We should turn left. Like, I remember when I turned left when I was 13 and we saw this freaking house. It'd be like all over the damn place, you know?
That's awesome.
I'd like to not drive while it's dark out.
Yeah, that's the key. We
have not been so fortunate.
Well, that's because you run 850.
Dude, it's because you run till 3 o'clock. They're like, hey, we're closing the lanes, and here comes Jay and Brian.
Yeah.
One more pass.
Yeah.
One more pass.
I mean, like Indy last year, it was like, so Loans knows Brian from Land Speed stuff. And he's like, Brian Acton coming up, probably going to be the only one on your live feed right now. And it's like, oh, they go 849 with a 6. And I'm just like, no. It's like the biggest kick in the, you know what.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So Red Hat Scotty does a lot of the Rocky Mountain Race Week stuff, and they race in the evening. So they'll race 3 p.m. to 10 p.m., which I love from a spectator in the stands perspective. Plus, you're driving all day to get to the track. So, like, your adrenaline builds throughout the day instead of like racing in the morning, and then your adrenaline just goes down throughout the day.
Yeah, Rocky Mountain intrigues us for that reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I love the night racing aspect of it. I think it works really well because then you get done at say midnight. You get to your hotel if you stay close to the track. You drink beer till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Then you get up at 6 and drive all day.
So I wouldn't do it that way. I think you go about that wrong. No, I would race until like 12 or 1, right? And then I would drive the whole time to get to the next racetrack and then sleep
at night
through the night.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that's what my brother did last year. And the only downfall to that for someone that is as social as I am is I want to see people on the side of the road. I want to at gas stations and restaurants and things like that. So it doesn't work for me, but for him, it was perfect, except that they slept in 2 gas station parking lots. Because it was too late to get a hotel room. Nobody'd come to the door. So they ended up sleeping in the gas station parking lot. So
I'll go through a whole hell of a lot of hell to not sweat. Right.
Yeah. And that's what he said. He said that's what was so nice because it was cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like if it's I don't like the sun at all, really.
Yeah.
I don't care for it because
why do you live in South Carolina?
Yeah, I know, right? I should find a state that doesn't have the sun.
I mean, Michigan has less than South Carolina.
I don't know.
Yeah, but it gets cold in Michigan. I'm out. I think that's probably a good area.
I don't like a lot of what's it called? Politicians and ways of life in certain parts of the country.
Yeah,
so
FTB.
Yeah, so like for where I live, now, it works really great. You know what I mean? It works out really good for me. Plus, I have air conditioning in my shop. So I'm not from Pittsburgh. I'm from New Jersey and then Allentown, Pennsylvania. But Pittsburgh was like a whole different state. That's like Eastern Ohio. You know what I mean? Pittsburgh's like Eastern Ohio. That doesn't really count, you know? No. But no, I like the idea of racing at night. I wish we could. I wish we could do all of them racing at night. The air is better. The track prep's always better because the sun's not beating down on it. You know.
Yep.
Yeah. Too many dongles in Michigan.
That's my biggest. That's my biggest hurdle with the other side, with drag week and Midwest Drags and Sick Week, is they all follow that early morning racing deal. Yeah, I'm a race at night guy. I enjoy it because it's, again, you're driving all day, or hell, if you drive till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, like Red Hat Scotty, and then get a room for a couple hours, or get to the track and sleep for a little bit, dude, you got all day to do something.
Right. Like, to me, like with our event, we do racing in the morning, but our event's in November.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you raced at night at your event in November, it'd be chilly.
Oh, it'll be cold. Yeah, it'll be cold. Yeah, it'll be down in the 45, 50 range. You know what I mean? But then sometimes like down here, sometimes in like November, we'll have days where it's like 80 degrees outside. Yeah. 85 degrees. You're like, what the hell happened here?
That's crazy.
So, I'm looking forward to drag week. You had said earlier, you said, man, I think that the tracks are going to be really good. I've got mixed emotions about the racetracks for drag week. So I have mixed emotions about it.
Yeah, about track.
Do tell.
Yeah.
Bristol's going to suck. There's that.
Yeah. Well, at least everybody has to race there,
Oh, no, I know, but I'm just saying Bristol's going to suck, right? So, like, that's going to be like the same thing as Six Summers Tri-State Day. To me, that's just going to be like, this is trash. You know what I mean?
So we'll go 850. Okay, cool.
Until you have to hit the tunnel.
Yeah. Well, shit. Hey, so did Devin, and then they went 850 at
Tri-State. Right. Ryan, bad tracks right up your alley because the car ain't fast enough.
Oh, ouch.
You keep talking about them dongles. You keep just grinding them dongles in my face.
Hey, Ryan was like somehow. Ryan, what'd you run? 740?
I don't know, but he went
46 or 7 first time out.
Went 197 the one day, right? The last day.
Take it off at the 8th?
Yeah.
This is going to start some shit that I don't want to start.
I know. Well, he likes to start shit, but then he doesn't want to deal with it when it comes back to it. And that's what we call a liberal.
Oh,
ouch. Ouch.
You kept digging at the dongles. No, hopefully he understands I'm just messing with him. No, the Bristol's going to – there's a spot at Bristol that you have to go over top of the tunnel that's underneath the Bristol, and the track is like terrible, like absolutely terrible.
Both
so I'm
lanes,
worried about
Devin?
that. What's that?
Both lanes?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's like a transition, and like when I say a transition, I mean like a very bad transition. So like it's right around the 330. So
early enough.
I'll have a boost curve in the car that goes like this, and it comes up, and then at the 330 it's going to go ding, and then it'll come back. I'm going to kill all the power. I'm going to knock a whole bunch of timing out of it, make it skirt over top of that, and then roll the power back in.
I'm like, let it eat.
Yeah, I don't know. When radials unload, you know what I mean? Like if you unload the tire a little bit too much, you'll lose it. And
I get it. I mean, we're in different echelons of power though, too.
Right.
I mean, that's the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm.
Target.
So which class are you racing at Drag Week? Are you gonna be back in Unlimited, or are you gonna do?
No, I think we're gonna do. I think we're gonna do Super Street.
Oh, sweet! That's awesome.
Isn't that what Ryan's in?
Yes.
I'm just fucking with him. I just changed the tunnel. No, I think we're doing. I think we're.
Thank you, Eric, for like making sure Ryan's comments come in like as they're entered into the chat.
The key to it is just keeping a straight face. You know what I mean? Like it's like, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. You know. And then Mike's over there like, oh, sweet. Like, thank you. You know. No, I think we're gonna do. I think it's modified.
Yeah.
So, but it depends. If there's a certain person there in a certain class, we're gonna change classes. to race against them.
Oh, sweet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
I like it.
Yeah. So, but we'd be going up a class, or a couple class, whatever. So, but it just depends on who's there,
Devin, are you trying to? You're trying to, like, get at somebody, right?
Call it what you want. Yeah, sure. I guess. I don't know. I'd rather not get into it, but yeah.
I mean, you only get into it. So, care to share a name? Like what?
No. No. They know who they are.
You'll know. I'm gonna patch. I'm sending Ryan Hargett the link right now.
Oh, Ryan's coming in. This is gonna get better.
Oh, so we'll get to hear the tears in audio, not just visually typed.
What? I just sent it to you, dude. I just sent it. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think we're gonna do modified. We kind of fit rules for like modified, unlimited iron, and unlimited. So, like it could be.
Here's so if I may, like the unlimited iron, like adding like glass front end, glass doors, glass fender, like that's not unlimited iron anymore.
Well,
I think that
like Joe Barry's car was an iron car, iron doors.
Well, and that's why you don't see Joe Barry racing them anymore.
I know, but that's the bitch I have about it. Like,
yeah, I'm with you.
I think that their premise was just weight, right? Like, I don't know for sure, but I would assume that like when Larry Larson's truck and Tom Bailey's car and whatnot, they were like, well, we have to give these people that don't have those pro mod cars that are actually like 3,000 pounds and up a place to race, but that are like kind of really radical. You know what I mean? So I think I'm again, don't quote me on it. I think I'm right, but I think that if they're going to do unlimited iron, I think that they should move that weight up.
Thank you, Rick.
You know what I mean? Like move
but
it.
Here's the deal, though. Like, I mean, like, what's Tom Bailey's car weigh?
I don't know, but it can't be too heavy,
But I think it's 2,600.
It's probably heavier than that, just because of those big stupid tires, and you know what I mean. Like it's
cooling system. I mean, so then what's an iron version of his car weigh? 300 pounds more.
Oh, it's heavier than that. It's probably 3,200. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, with all the same equipment in it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'd probably be a 3,200 pound car if you took like a real car, left the steel quarters on it, the stock floor pan, like stockish, you know what I mean? Like kind of like, do what everybody would do to those cars that run sixes with them.
Yeah.
I think, and then you put the huge radiator and the cooling system and all that stuff. And you just like left the car as if I'm not going to remove a bunch of crap to race it. And then, you know what I mean? I think it would wind up being race.
Yeah. I'm Devin, you and I are not very far apart.
Yeah. I mean, I think 3,200, I mean, like, the unlimited iron's cool at 3,000, but it'd be a lot cooler at like 3,200, 3,300.
Yeah, and then get rid of the fiberglass allowance.
Sure. But so like my thing about the fiberglass thing is like fiberglass. I mean, I understand it because the name is called unlimited iron, so like it should be iron.
It should be iron. Yes.
I mean, it just makes sense. Like a magnet should stick to just about everything there, But the unlimited iron being 3,000 isn't that big of a deal to get. Like you could take a Fox body and fit the rules of unlimited iron at 3,001 pounds. And then you're racing against people that are like 36, 37, 3,800 pounds. You've got a 600-700 pound gap on, you know what I mean? But if you took a 2,900 pound Fox body and you were forced to make it 3,300 pounds,
yes,
most people would like, screw it, I'll run modified. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So my gripe with the fiberglass part of it, though, is that it's all about weight anyway. So my view on it is always like, well, let more people in it. If somebody bought a fiberglass doors and front clip and they're still 3,300 pounds, all right. You know what I mean? But I think you got to move the weight up. I think that the weight's got to be 3,300,
So Red Hat's asking what your car weighs.
I think to your point, it goes away from this iron concept, right?
It does. No, that's why I said
my beef.
That's why I said like iron's in the name, so it should just be iron. But with a weight limit on any class, I kind of just throw that idea out the window when you put a weight limit on them.
And then Eric, Red Hat's comment.
3,300.
Yeah, and we're like, and so we were on Brian's car. We were on like 3,260. Yeah. Just to like not like run up against anybody's scales that are different. Mm-hmm. So we've had scale variation that's 50 pounds, and so we run it, up against the higher edge, just to make sure we're not too light.
Yeah. Yeah, like there you go. So 69 Camaro, 3,125 pounds. So like if he did all the things that he would do with, like if Tom did all the same things, like with a 69 Camaro, like a steel 69 Camaro, he'd cut that 3,125 down to probably 2,850. And then he would add in the additional 300 pounds back into it with a huge cooling system and big turbos and blah, 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 Yeah. So, see, Andrew lives near Bristol. So,
are you out there?
What's that screen? Who is that?
That should be Ryan Hargett, but I can't.
He's got poor internet connection.
Nope.
Oh,
not there yet.
He's out.
Well, I just pulled him off until we can get a screen on him there. Nope, it is gone.
And then so anyway, so Bristol was one of my concerns, and then Rockingham. I'm up in the air about Rockingham. Like they just did a pretty huge remodel of Rockingham, and it's very nice. But I don't know if I'm afraid they're just not going to prep the racetrack.
So I would speculate. So local track to us is 131 Dragway or Mooresburg Park. The kid,
Sam Peterson.
Yeah.
Yep.
His family, his mom's family owns Rockingham.
Yeah. Oh, they do?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, okay.
And I would speculate that Samuel will be there for prep.
I'm gonna send him a message and say you better be there.
What's that?
I said I'm gonna send him a message and say you better be there.
Yeah. He's good. He's good people.
Oh, I really like Sam. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rick, I've heard the same thing too. Something about when they redid the concrete, there was a problem or something. I've heard the same thing. So
I don't know.
But I mean, we've been testing on like not so great racetracks. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like Brian's car, like we try and make the car lazy early, so it will accommodate shit tracks.
Right. Maybe his webcam's off, or maybe his I know what it is. His laptop's probably in his trans tunnel.
He doesn't have the dongle plugged in.
Yeah. Dongle is not plugged in.
There you go. You got your dongle.
Oh shit! He's in his stacker trailer. He's in his stacker. Look at that shit.
Is that in there every time?
Enough to rebuttal Devin.
Are you at Indy or something this weekend?
No.
Oh,
I wish.
Yeah.
I don't have a pro mod like Devin does. I can't take it there.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you from the peanut gallery. What was that? Can you turn your volume up any louder than your car or no?
I said I can't. I said
gotta
I
come
can't
better than
take my
that.
car to Indy.
Oh, it
Like
was
you, Devin. I can't run pro mod.
Oh, I see. So is it a bracket race or what?
Sure, they have that there too.
Oh, is that what's going on in Indy?
It's the big one. There's 900 cars in Indy this weekend.
Well, what's it for?
The U.S.
He knows
Nationals.
what's going on there.
Big
No,
go.
I don't. I honestly, genuinely don't know what's
Seriously?
going on. That's what I know it is. There's a shootout at Shady Side. There's a race in there's Yellow Bullet Nationals, and I have no idea what's going on in Indy.
Yeah, Yellow Bullet Nationals is the big one, and then the big go at Indy is this weekend.
U.S. Nationals.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I legit had no idea. I'm remote tuning a car up at Yellow Bullet Nationals, and probably going to go run a shootout at Shadyside. That's the two that I knew of.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Yellow Bullet. I'm excited to see that. I got to meet Keith Haney last week or week before that in St. Louis, and he's taking his car up there. So
I heard he looks up to you.
Yeah, he does. He does.
He looks up to everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That's terrible.
All 4'8" of them. He's going to come on here and get pissed off. You know what I mean?
Look, I just come on here because I want to talk about one-piece front ends and tunnels.
All right.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
I got some commentary about that.
Where's that ladle? Where's that ladle at? Somebody give me. We're gonna stir this pot up.
Boy.
So Ryan, I agree. Well, first off, do you realize that when I posted that picture of my tunnel, you realize what I was doing, right?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Okay, so I was not in any way, shape, or form intending on entering.
No.
I had absolutely zero interest in that.
I was just stirring the pot with you.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. I was hoping I didn't piss like anybody off about it.
Jay will tell you I'm good at that.
I'm probably better. And I don't know if it's something that's to be proud of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The one-piece front end thing, though, man, I like Brett. Right, I like Brett a lot. Like I got along with him really good when we were in Florida. I've talked to him quite a bit, and I don't blame. We do not need to get Turk on here. Ain't nobody got time to deal with his smoky ass cigars and his.
Oh, I cropped that video.
His ultra cold Diet Coke cans.
Yeah. But the one-piece front end thing, I can't blame Brett for trying that. Right?
Absolutely, I don't blame him either.
And I'm with him, and they ruled in his favor, so it is what it is. But I think that should have been a little bit more explicit.
Yeah,
it should have the writing on the writing in the rules probably should have been a little bit more explicit. There's some rules though that are in the drag and drive stuff that just don't make any damn sense.
Well, and so that's what I was going to say. The struggle we're coming in this run right now is everybody's it's always been really laid back, and we're getting a lot more hardcore racers in, and it's
guys like me and Devin.
Yeah, we're running from, you're looking at a rule set that may have been set up nobody would ever have something like that in this class, and now we're seeing it.
Hang on, oh shit! Guess what? If you're on an air dam in 850, I'm gonna call your ass out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There are
y'all's car.
There are 70 Malibus that have a 6-inch valence on them. Guess what? That shit did not come on your 70 Malibu. I'm calling you out.
It's just like any other rule, though. Jay, I agree with you 100%.
And I'm the dick because I called you out.
Same here. I've had that same thing happen. Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
And I don't care who you are. And guess what? Brian, he cares even less.
Yeah. So my view on it is if you're going to call somebody out on the rules, you got to stand on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've called people out for their BS, and even when and this is going to sound ridiculous, but even when I'm well, maybe I was a little out of line, you ain't ever going to hear that from me. You know what I mean? I'll be no, I'm owning that one. Screw you. I'm right. You're wrong. Doesn't matter. You know what I mean? That's just because if you're going to call somebody out on the rules, you just better be able to be willing to stand on them. The thing I didn't like about the one thing I don't like, or I don't care, and we don't do it at our event, but the one thing I don't care for about the rules and how they're enforced in drag and drive is I don't like the whole you have to protest your fellow racer. Yeah, that's kind of crappy because
it makes it really difficult.
Well, and Rick Dodge's comment here, I think, kind of answers a little bit of that. Sorry.
No, he's right. But well, I guess then the other side of that is do you not want other people to show up? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I think he's just talking about nitpick, and I think a lot of it, guys aren't used to doing that, and they would just go home and bitch about it. Now there's, some serious comment. I mean, there were 27 people or 17 people or some shit like that in street race small block power adder class.
For
there's
sure.
a lot of people there. I'm with Jay. Don't let somebody cheat, but I'm with you. It should be on me to figure that out.
Yeah,
so
you get
and
flamed.
And the bitch for me is like, so Brian's car, it's a 70 Nova. The front bumper to the ground is 12 inches.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly, at 160 miles an hour, it's not safe because there's so much air going underneath the bottom of the car. Put a valence on the bitch.
Well, so my question is that why is there any rules if you're an 850?
Because
Jay has an answer for that.
It's street race.
Yeah, he's got an answer for that.
Yeah, it's street race. No, nothing for that vintage of vehicle is allowed. So you're on a 94 Camaro, you go to an SS, front valence, big wing, all that shit. But in 1970 Nova, you can't. It had no wing as an option. It had no front valence as an option.
Oh, so that class you're not allowed to like add any of that stuff?
None.
Okay, see, I don't know anything about it, so like don't look to me for like the voice of reason.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm not here to rip on you, right?
Well, no. I would to me, I would just be like, well, you're supposed to run 850. I don't give a shit what you have. You know what I mean?
Yes, but and I'm just saying, like Dustin Trance, he has a better aero package than we do. I mean, like this is shit that's how it goes. But for us, it's a safety thing,
sure,
right? But we also race against cars that are like, hey, the number 5th place guy has a big chin spoiler. Like, when are we going to call him out?
And that's what we end up. That's why. So I hung out with Keith Turk like day 4 last year of Drag Week, and he was like, day 4 is always the hardest because the guys that are wanting to move up may have seen a few things from other classmates, and they're like, hey. That guy's got that. That guy's got that. He's like, call that shit out on day 1. If it's a problem, call it out. Don't get to the end and win that way.
Yeah. How come we started talking about rules when I come on here? Is what I want to know.
Well, you are the whiniest dude we all know.
I feel like
because I love you, Ryan.
Man,
because you can see the stock tunnel that you're claiming you have hanging up on the wall back there. Look behind you, your right shoulder. I think, is that a stock tunnel?
Hey, hold on. I think I got some dongles over here in my trailer.
I bet you need them. God dang, I'm carrying 2 spares. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah. So Andrew Doppita here saying, the drag week, sick week rules are way overcomplicated. I think what's happened is they've grown. Like super street used to not be that fast, and then you went to super street, then you went to street race, and then now I think there's 18 classes or something like that for 2023's running in 2024. So. It's
street race, small block power adder.
Tunnel gate, Rick.
Year 1, the guy went 19. He was the winner.
Yeah.
And now it's an 850 index class. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Robert's post, like, look at support vehicles. Like, I've turned my eye the other direction on sport vehicles.
Dude, I've got
don't get me started, Jay.
Yeah, but here's the deal, and this is a beef I have. It doesn't screw with my class.
Yeah.
I told somebody at Sick Week, I'm not gonna say names, that they were cheating, but that I didn't give a shit because they weren't in my class.
Yeah.
And I told them that if they were in my class, that I would encourage them to continue to cheat and do a lot better of a job cheating so that I can run you the fuck over. Those were my exact words right to their face.
Well, Devin, here's the deal. I want to be the guy that is protested and challenged for cheating and all this other bullshit in my class.
See,
I want to be the guy that goes 850 something every fucking day.
Sure.
And that's like, I'm in number 1, protest my shit.
Well, so we didn't want to deal with protests or anything. Like when we moved up to unlimited, I was like, well, you can't protest this, can you? You know what I mean? Like you can't, like, what are you going to do? You just throw us out at this point? You know what I mean? Like you just say you can't be here, go home. I'm like, okay, well then at least we won that, The first person to ever get thrown out of Unlimited for not doing anything wrong. That's great, Like I'm looking for something. And like I talked to Keith Turk about it on day one. I said, or like before day one started, I said, we're in modified, but I want to move to Unlimited. And he's like, well, you have to go to the slowest class that, you fit in or whatever, right? Like I think that isn't that the rule?
Yep.
That's very much a drag week rule based on land speed's hierarchy. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I've never heard that anywhere else.
Yeah, see, it's strange to me, but in a way it kind of makes sense because you don't want like 10-second cars going into Unlimited.
Because of car count.
True.
I'm going
to go to this class because there's one person in it, and I could beat them. I'm going to win a trophy.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like I get why, but no Air Jackson.
Suck it. All those motherfuckers.
Yeah, suck it. Okay.
Devin's went from a pro. He's went from a pro mod to an IndyCar now.
Yeah, you're damn right. Okay, I don't even care. And then tomorrow I'm going to pick up a new nitrogen tank. I'm picking up a new nitrogen tank, and when y'all are pumping jacks, I'm just going to go, and I'm going to go suck it. You know why I put air jacks on the car? You want to know?
What do you got to jack your car up for?
Lazy as fuck.
No, you know why I put air jacks on the car? So that you could slide up underneath of it easier and see the tunnel. That's it. That's the whole reason. You know what I mean? We put that titanium cap over top of a stock tunnel because it's visually
titanium.
Yeah.
Jesus Cristo.
It doesn't matter. The car's still 3,300 pounds. You know what I mean?
That's light. That's light.
For what? A Fox body?
Light.
Yeah, I don't know. What is your weight?
Mine's 3,500 pounds.
What do you weigh?
220.
See? That's not that far off. That car's a hell of a lot newer, too. This is a raggedy Fox body. Yeah, this is a raggedy Fox body. If you close the door the wrong way, something's falling off of it.
Oh, I've heard it all, man.
You don't believe me? Do you know what's in my mini trailer? 3 sets of spare glass for the side mirrors. 3 sets.
Door latches.
Because the damn glass slips off the mirrors. It happens quite often.
Hey, it's not my fault. Before 2011, Ford couldn't build a Mustang.
Oh, it's not my fault. After 2011, they couldn't figure out how to build a decent motor.
Oh,
hey,
hold on.
Big block Chevy. Big block Chevy.
No, I'm a small block Ford guy, but I'm an old.
I bet his don't have a stock crankshaft.
But you're not. You're a big block Chevy guy.
Well, I'm still at heart. I'm still a small block Ford guy. I was pushed into a BBC by terrible friends. You know what I mean?
Ask him if he's got a $300 stock crank in that thing.
Oh, I don't think they put $300 stock cranks in billet blocks.
That's what I'm saying.
I hope they don't. No, the one I just finished up is nice. It's a nice car. I don't like them Coyote motors or the mod motors because they don't fit in the damn car worth of shit.
They're big. Yep.
That
is an issue.
This is a 03 Cobra, and I had to pull valve covers off of it yesterday afternoon because I got one of those.
Well, that's something you don't have to do, though.
Well, I had to in this scenario, and let me tell you, and I told the customer, I was like, "Hey, there's 2 bolts that ain't going back in. This is between you and God. You're putting them back in because it took me an hour to get them out, and I ain't putting them back in. I don't give a shit. Like it'll seal up. You know what I mean? It don't need them. You know what I mean? It's only 1 per cylinder per head. It's fine. You got like 48 bolts anyway. You know,
more chains than brains.
Oh,
yep, more chains than brains. Okay, I measured. Listen to this. I measured my 800-inch motor against that Coyote, and there's not much difference in size.
Oh, I guarantee it.
No kidding.
Oh, I guarantee it.
And I know what 800-inch motors in Ryan's other car.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, I've done 5.3 bore space motors in Fox bodies where I'm like, there's more room in this thing than that 03 Cobra does with a Coyote in it.
Yeah, my 5.2 800-inch motor is about the same size.
Yeah, it's insane. It's wild. So
yeah.
But I got to say, like, Brett made my Brett LaSalle made my employee Justin like a believer, right? He was like, God dang, that Coyote motor was like that fast. Like, it takes that much abuse. I was like, yeah, I guess so, And so he's under the impression that it's like it just came out of an F-150 and it's got like a couple little things done to it, right? So he starts going down the wormhole of like, well, what does Brett LaSalle have in his engine, And then he finds out that it was like almost 30 grand or something, right? And my employee is not
it's not 45.
He's not a hardcore drag racer. You know what I mean? Like
I don't have that much in mine, I promise you. It's stock cylinder head with valves and springs.
Yeah.
Stock block with sleeves, stock crankshaft, rods and pistons.
Right. I'm not talking about yours. I mean,
it's nothing.
Yeah, well, when he found out that it was like 30 grand, he was like horse laughing about like who's the idiot that pays that much money for a stock block anything. And I was like, well, we got a car in the shop right now with a stock block LS that like probably has that much into them too. So
yeah, true.
It's wild how much money you can spend on some of them, but they run good,
and I mean, like let's be honest, Brett LaSalle ended up the week with a 674 average.
Oh, I'm not taking anything away from him. I like Brett, and he did a fantastic job.
That car is really cool, and he's really nice too. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, does he push the limits of the idea? For sure. But like, I have a customer who absolutely did that in the all motor world. I don't know if you followed that at all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ed Enzer.
Yeah, Ed and Jimmy love them dudes.
746.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all motor. What's funny about that is that's a 632 nitrous motor. There's no nitrous on it, but it's literally like a nothing crazy 632 nitrous motor. And what's even funnier is that I put a startup tune-up in that car when I wired it and said, all right, to be easy on it, go to the dyno, whatever. And then the car got sold, and then it got turned into a drag and drive car by Ed. And then Ed calls me and says, hey, I'm going to go race this thing all motor. You think you could help me? And I was like, with what? And he's like, with tuning it. I was like, well, did you ever like bring it to a dyno or like do any of that? And he's like, no. I was like, oh. So at first I didn't know Ed, because he bought the car from a customer of mine. And I was like, I don't know, man. Kind of just blew him off at first because I was like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how honest you are about any of this shit. And then he calls me and he's like, hey, we're going to go to the racetrack. I was like, oh, okay, well, have fun. You're running all motor. You ain't going to tear it up on motor. You know what I mean? And he calls me, is this motherfucker's fast? He was like hooting and hollering, this thing's fast. Blah, blah. And it runs so good. And I'm like, how fast did it go? And he tells me the thing is like, first time out, it went like 820s or something with like the wrong converter and whatnot in it. And I said, it went 820s in the quarter. And he's like, yeah. I said, I just asked him, I said, is that pretty good? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, all right. So then I said, well, do you need my help? And he's like, no, I just need to change the converter. So he changed the converter, went like 760s and then like 750s and just chipped away at it. Like, move, all he knows how to do is all they know how to do with that with the EFI is how to use the timing retard.
Yeah.
That's all they know how to do.
Yes.
They don't know how to do anything else, So that's all they did. So he goes to Sixth Summer.
Wow.
I never touched the computer in the car. I'm telling you, I put a startup tune-up in it, and I was like, yeah, we're good,
Dongle must have been programmed in that one.
What's that?
The dongle was programmed in that one.
Yes. Mm-hmm, yeah. Mm-hmm. That was pre-dongle gate.
Don't mention any other names.
Yeah. That was pre-dongle gate. That was pre
dongle gate.
But he went out and he never drove the car before, like on the road.
Wow.
Like never drove it down the road or anything. And like day one. Like me and Josh ride up there and we meet Ed for the first time. And Ed is at like 1,000 miles an hour all time, right?
Yeah.
There's no slowing
ready
down.
to go.
I mean,
Yep.
He is extremely high intensity, and he's about 160 pounds, right? So like
maybe.
Yeah, like really skinny guys scare me, right? Because they're fast.
I
and
weighed
wiry.
160 pounds in 7th grade.
Yeah. I think I was 160 pounds at like 7 years old. He's like, he's really wiry, and like really skinny guys always scare me because like I don't know how you don't like food that much. You know what I mean? Like you can't be trusted, you know? So like, how'd you get that skinny and not eat? Like what's wrong with you? You know? So they can't be trusted. So he's like bobbling around, and like he walks off, and I look at Josh and I said, man, you think he's going to make it till tomorrow? We're both like, God damn, I don't know. And before we left, I said, man, I think he is going to make it. I think he's going to make it a whole week. And he said, and Josh asked me, he goes, why? I said, because he's insane. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's absolutely insane. There's no way he won't make it. And we see him the next day, and we pull in, and we're like, oh, hell yeah, he made it. Like I was so amped to see him. And like I saw him run day 0 and day 1, and it was fast. And so we see him day 2, and I said, how you doing? He's like, man, we didn't go over 42 miles an hour.
Yes.
Pulled over every like 27 miles and this and that. I said, how does it run? He's like, great. And I said, you haven't had anybody else tune this thing? And he's like, no. And I'm like, God dang, we got lucky, didn't we? Like for a startup team. I literally oh, you son of a bitch. I see you did. Let me figure out how to do that. Let me figure out how to do that. I don't know how, but I mean, if I figure it out, you know. But yeah, it was pretty impressive how well he did. So, and he crushed the record.
I mean, crushed it. Yeah, like 778, I think was the old setup, and now it's like 740s.
Yeah. He's as far as I know, I was just talking to him the other day. I went over some logs of his other car. What's funny is he took the tune-up out of the blue car, and he has another car, a red Fox body, and he had a local guy wire it up, and the local guy up to him just took the tune-up out of the blue car and shoved it in the red car, and was like, well, let's see if it starts. And it starts and runs, and he was like, all right. And I told the guy, like, hey, you got to just change cubic inch a little bit and you'll be all right, you know. And he's like, okay. And he's been racing it on that too. So I finally, just like a week ago, I spent about 2 hours on TeamViewer with him going over logs of the red car. And like literally it's a startup tune-up for a 632 that he shoved in this other car with a different engine. And I was like, man, there's a little bit of room for improvement here. You know what I mean? And he's like, I think I'm going to bring it to drag week, you know? And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. So I guess he's going to chase another NA something with his red car, which apparently is very nice. I just have never seen it before. So
yeah. I've heard stories. The red car is nicer than the blue car, and the blue car was really nice. Yeah. The blue car was really nice when after I wired it, and then whatever they did when they added a whole bunch of stuff, it looked pretty. I yelled at him about it, you know. He was a carburetor guy, right? Like that was the first bit of EFI they had done or something, right?
Dude, listening to him about carburetors, he's like, I don't know any of this dumb DFI shit. I'm a concrete guy. I don't know this computer shit, you know. And I'm like, geez. Apparently, he took the red car to Florida for sick week this year, right? Mm. They tested the whole week prior. They couldn't get the carburetor to run worth a shit. He took the car home and said, screw it. I'm putting fuel injection on it. He contacted us and he bought all the parts from us. And he had his local guy wire it up and install it. And it runs like it already ran like 3 or 4 tenths faster than when it had carburetors on it. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. He's a converted. He's a convert. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, he's slowly getting into 2023. You know. So next year we're talking about maybe being able to teach him how to use the rev limiter. 2023 is time and retard. Next year, maybe a rev limiter. That's about it. We ain't gonna get too far, you know.
Well, if he brings the red car to drag week, that's gonna be interesting because that car, bring it on.
That blue car was as street a car as possible. I even saw Ryan looking at it, going, "Man, that's got a really nice tunnel in it."
Yeah, the doors are off of it because they don't roll down. Yeah, real street car.
Well, no, I think the doors are off for airflow. That's what we'll say.
Yeah, they didn't roll down. The windows didn't roll down.
Yeah, no, the
windows don't roll down. Good, come on.
They don't need to roll down when you can take the doors off.
That's where I draw the line.
I told him he should have put a sticker on the back window that said it's a Jeep thing.
You don't understand.
Yeah, because the doors are off of it. So
Yep.
they slept underneath that car every night.
Yeah. Yeah,
They
they
slept
drive all the way to the
around
track at
underneath the car
42
under the
miles an
tailgate.
hour.
Yeah, it's psychopaths. He did the entire drive on race gas. He drove the entire
That would
event
be
on race gas.
expensive.
Wow.
Wow.
I said, "You're out
Well,
of your
we
mind."
didn't know how to mess with the timing.
He doesn't know how to
Because,
do
like,
anything. He don't know how to do anything on the computer. So like he's just like, I don't know. We'll just put race gas in the whole time. Okay. So
With a street car, you shouldn't have to do anything with a computer between racing and driving.
you don't do anything?
Nope.
Really? Do you ever even bring do you bring your laptop?
Yeah, but I don't need it.
Oh, you shouldn't even bring it. If you
I
want
can
to
use
prove your
the
point,
screen. I
you
can
wanna
use the
prove-
screen for that.
if you want to, no, you don't even need a screen. What do you need a screen for? All you need is an all pressure warning light.
The only thing I use my laptop for is power management during the week. That's it.
You shouldn't be doing that. It's a street car.
That's the only
Man,
thing.
like,
Well, why do you
does that
even
mean
have
you're not
that?
turning it up enough at the track, or you're running the street with a bunch? I don't know.
I heard you. I saw that you were
No
putting your
need to.
together in your car
Why do you have to change the tune for the street?
because it's different
What do you-
fuel.
I thought
We
you may
don't.
change the
That's
tune
what
for
flex
the-
fuel
for
sensors
the
for.
track.
You ever use flex fuel sensor with pump gas and methanol?
No, I have methanol in mine. It's just in a separate tank.
Right. So, you
So-
just spray methanol?
No. That's
This
two
is-
fuel
so-
systems on it.
So it converts over from E85 to methanol?
Or pump gas to methanol. Yeah. Either
You
one.
change plugs?
Yes, I do that.
Okay,
Sometimes. Depends on how I'm feeling that day. Depends on how many runs I'm waiting for Jay to finish up making and Brian.
Yeah, well, good luck.
Yeah. Well, listen. At about 7, you need to start trying to get your car ready.
Yeah,
Time out.
yeah. Yeah, you better just get to the racetrack like at 11 o'clock at night, you know?
Yeah.
Is,
Hey, here's
Went 2 and done
Yeah.
every day at Midwest track. And
Oh,
then miss
2 and
out
3,
like
2 and 3.
$1,000 bonus by like what?
Yeah.
02?
Oh, man. Yeah, that hurt.
Yeah. The
Should have made some more runs.
for drag week, Darlington.
We may enough to take care of it for you, but
For any info out there looking for drag week, Darlington will be really good. Darlington will be a really good racetrack to be on. One of my customers just went on a 275 radial, just went a 961 60 foot there on Friday night and again on Saturday. So in the heat.
Wow.
So the track is very, very good.
So
Yeah, I've never been there.
Here's where that's going to get people in trouble. They're going to come from a marginally prep track to something like that, and they're going to be.
Well, now I don't know if they're going to.
It's going to be a fun year.
They probably won't make it that tight.
Yeah, if it's drag week in the middle of the day, it's not going to be that tight.
Yeah, it just can't be because of the volume of cars. But
No.
like that's what happened at our event when we went to Orangeburg. I think I told you, like we have a driver. Like I hold a drivers meeting every morning just because we have a smaller crowd. You know, we got like 100 people. You know, so so I hold a drivers meeting every morning. So when we went to Orangeburg, the day we were at Orangeburg, I'm standing there and I'm talking to everybody, and I said, "Listen, I need everybody to figure out to put a couple extra pounds of tire pressure in, and or a couple extra pounds of air in the tires, and I need you to all to move the rev limiter up a little bit and add a little bit more boost in the starting line." And they all looked at me like I was crazy, and I said, "You'll understand this track is insanely tight, and it's going to pull the motor down. It's going to wad the tire up. It's not going to move. Like I'm telling you." So for the first 45 minutes to an hour of the track running, like the track hot, I'm standing up there at the starting line, and I just hear like all these motors getting pulled down. They let go of the button. It's like you're like, I told you. And then like I see tires getting wadded up, and then like wheel hopping and stuff and chattering, and I'm like, so finally like the one guy comes over and he says, "It's never done that before. I thought you said the track was really good." I said, "The track is really good." I said, "The problem is it's wadding the tire up, and doesn't have enough power in it, and it doesn't have enough air pressure in it." He said, "Well, I got the air." He said, "Who's on radios?" He goes, "I got the air at 17 pounds." I said, "What the hell is wrong with you?" It's like a 3,500 pound car. And he says, "What do you mean?" I said,
Fuck, he should be like 21.
I said, "Move it up to like 22 pounds and try it. And he did, and that was a really bad thing because when he moved up to 22 pounds, he added a bunch of power, and the car just went whoop and climbed the ring gear. And he ain't never had a car wheelie before on him, so
that's party.
But it was interesting to see the guys that do nothing but drag and drive get on a racetrack that was like insanely tight.
Yeah.
We made a test hit there and went 2.97 G. So that day, you know what I mean? So that ain't too bad for a 3,300-pound car on a 275. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So
are you going to run a 275 at drag week?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm not doing. We're not going to do we can't fit nothing else bigger on it because it's a street car. It doesn't have like huge tubs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like those factory 2015 cars. They were planning out the Pro Mod for you. That's what it was.
Rick,
mine's not a 15,
that's some bullshit fuel economy.
He's a carburetor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Old school carb guys are like, wow, this is a fuel and mirror eating device, and we should get the same fuel economy you do with EFI.
Right. And then they turn their distributor until it pings and back it off 2 degrees. And then they go make a hit. Nothing against you, Rick. It's all right. I'm just saying, like, it's a carburetor. You know what I mean? Fortunately, everybody else stopped using them.
Devin, you run race gas or 93?
87.
87. How about you?
Well, whatever. Well, I mean, like, I'll buy 93, but like in when we were in wherever that state was that was in the middle of nowhere, I think it was Iowa. They only had 87 or 89 or something.
Okay.
And they just shoved it in there and it was fine. You know what I mean?
So Jay, I can run anything from 87 to E85. Doesn't matter.
Dongle man.
Yeah.
All right.
You just now seen that?
Yeah, I saw it a while ago. That's why I said, let me figure out how to do it. Yeah.
So Brian's car is like around 12 miles to the gallon on E85.
We got so I know without pulling the trailer on 93, I can get right around 19.
Without a trailer, okay.
Without the trailer, yeah, without the trailer. With the trailer on 93, we were getting like right at like 12-ish, like 11.5 to like 12.5. But we got better fuel economy in Florida because there wasn't nearly as the roads just weren't as shitty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My car's got a solid throttle rod on it. Have you ever driven a car with a solid throttle rod? Like your race car. Yeah. Brian, your race car's probably got one, right?
My race car does. My street car has a cable.
Mm-hmm.
Brian's car has a cable.
Yeah. So with a solid throttle rod, if you hit a bump, it's like
yep.
Like when you're driving, it feels like you're in a rhythm section of like riding a dirt bike. You know what I mean? Because your foot's just doing this. Your foot, like the whole time, just going like, and it's
sometimes it happens on the track too. When you, let's say you have to board a run.
Oh yeah,
it'll do that to you.
Yeah, or if you're like just driving through the pits and like there's a spot and it just starts getting a little bouncy, it's like you're like, what the hell? And it's like I know if I pull out of my driveway and make a right, I have to like put it to the floor for about 80 foot, and then let off the throttle for about 100 foot because there's like a section of the road that's just rhythm section, and it looks like a Bronco going down the road because you're like in the car like just doing this. It's insane. But I think it killed our fuel economy, honestly, in Iowa or Illinois because the road was so damn bad and your foot's just bouncing so much. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's hitting.
I don't have overdrive, so mine's not upgraded.
Yeah. I don't
bigger tires on it.
Yeah, I don't trust them. What size tire do you run on it?
30. I ended up getting a 31 on it.
Really?
Yeah, barely.
Before I cut the quarters, before I cut the quarters, we had a 29.5 on it. Now that I'm looking at it, I feel like I could probably fit a 31. But
it's got a 31 truck tire on it, but it's tight, and there had to be some cutting and beating to get it on there. But
right.
Some 31 1050s like all the 1994 Jeep Wranglers that are out there.
Pretty much what it is, yeah.
To answer Red Hat Scotty, Devin likes E85, but hates that
it's cat piss.
Cat
It
piss.
smells like cat piss.
Yeah.
Yeah, it smells like cat piss, so I hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a good fuel.
29-inch tire.
What's that?
And then we take a spacer out. So,
Do you guys have overdrive, Jay?
No.
Okay.
Glide 1-to-1.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But like Brian's car at 72-ish mile an hour is 3,000 RPM.
That's about what mine is. Yeah.
I mean, it's 2980, but
see, I don't have all those push rods in there, so I can just turn it as high as I want down the highway. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't matter. Doesn't care.
Mention more chains and brains.
All those cams.
You know better than that, but you know better than that. But with an aggressive camshaft, you know it likes a little bit more RPM than low RPM. So
true.
True.
Yeah.
No.
Well, both of us are like, let's spin the shit out of it.
Well, you have a hydraulic roller, so like you don't even count, and you have cam followers who also don't even count. You know what I mean? In the man's world of solid roller.
Oh, here we go.
Oh fuck!
Good lord. In the pro mod world, just say it. Say it right.
So, in the world of the LGBTQ parade queens that we have here with us today, of hydraulic rollers and chains and cam followers and whatnot.
Oh my god!
They don't have things like valve train concerns, right?
No, because they're street cars, not pro mod.
Hey, Capizzi's been 419 into the 8th with a hydraulic roller. So.
I know in a race car. I know in a race car. But no, we knock on wood, we ain't had any problems out of the big block. I didn't have any problems out of the small block until I brought it back to a shop to have them freshen it up. But I mean, that was it. That was the only problem I had out of that thing. The big block's been great though. I have no complaints about it. So the only complaint I do have one complaint: the friggin' rear main seal. Yeah, that's my complaint. Rear main seal, it leaks. I hate it. So it's been out 4 times. So to fix it. Yeah. So
not leaking between the cap and the block, is it?
What's that?
Not leaking between the cap and the block, is it?
No. It's coming from the 2 halves, like where they, you know what I mean? The first 2 of them that were leaking was because of the Vitan seal, you know, like one of the good, like the supposed good Vitan seals. But we don't run a vacuum pump on it or anything, and it pressurizes the crankcase when it's got a bunch of boost in it. So then we put the cheap, like $9 rear main seal on it, and it sealed it up. So
let's talk about that. How much crankcase pressure do you see in your car, Devin?
1.5 psi, somewhere about there. Yeah, about 1.5. And a lot of it depends. Honestly, a lot of it depends on how lean or rich I run it.
Yes, Jay.
4/10.
4/10.
Yep.
Yeah, I got way more than that. I need to work on my valve covers.
Converter couple is the worst.
Yeah.
Like 1.3 seconds into the run, it spikes. I shouldn't say spikes. Peaks and then it tapers off.
Yeah. What do you use for breathers on the Coyote?
It's factory GT, like the new GT500 valve covers with bungs welded into them, but it still uses internals in the factory covers, which look big enough, but I'm going to change them.
What size are the AN fittings?
I upgraded it to 20 going to the back.
Oh, it's a single 20 going to the back?
No, 2 20s.
God dang. And you still have crankcase pressure?
Holy shit.
God dang, really?
Yep.
Holy shit.
It's better, but it still has some. But see, the fitting going in the valve cover is still a 12, so it's neck down right there.
Oh, so it's a 20 that goes like right to a 12?
Yeah, 20 and goes to 16 to a 12. So
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I've got the car part done. I just need to work on the valve covers now.
Gotcha. Okay. So. Yeah, we use the Cunningham machine like burn down tubes.
Yeah, that's what I want to change it to. I want a quick disconnect so when I hook vacuum to it or whatever, it comes on and off easy.
Yeah. Why would you need a vacuum for a street car?
Oh, here we go.
I was just wondering. I mean, I don't have a vacuum.
I mean, we run -10s to the valve covers, and we don't have a problem.
When you put it on real man fuel, you will. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Like if you put it on man
I
fuel,
actually had that problem on race
Hey,
gas too.
really?
We run on cat piss.
Yeah. When you very minimal problems on that cat piss. Methanol. Methanol is the worst for it. I'm surprised you had problems with race gas.
Back then, I had only had 2 12s going to the back,
Oh, okay.
so
Yeah.
that was part of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've switched it since then.
Funny story. I had a guy bring me a car to help him get running, right? And he said every time he cranks it, it wouldn't start, but he would always hear after he let off the starter, he'd hear this like squeal, right? And he's like, it sounds like a damn pig getting. Like I was like, what are you talking about? It's like he hits the button, lets off of it, and you hear like it's like compression bleeding down. You know what I mean? You're like, what the fuck?
Oh, I know where you're going.
So like I start looking at the car and I'm like, hey, there's no breathers on the valve covers or something, like nothing. Like it's just sealed up. And he's like, man, what's wrong with my valve covers? They're really nice. And I'm like, they are. It's just there ain't no fucking holes in them. You know? He's like, he says,
Well, I got a confession to make and a good story, so you guys can make fun of me over. So when I put it back together earlier this summer, I was all excited, wanted to fire it up. Didn't have any of the breather stuff done. Just put the engine back in. Had 2 of those little metal caps, AN caps on the valve covers.
Wow.
Started it up. And the next thing I know, there's oil pouring out of the exhaust, coming out of the turbos.
oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you idiot.
Yeah. I saw it happen to a rear main seal on an LS.
You idiot. I'm surprised it didn't come out anywhere else. I was shocked. Yeah. That was a bonehead one.
It's
Yeah,
funny.
I mean, like Brian dynoed his SB combo at Baker, and she's like, this thing has 4 pounds of pressure. You have a problem.
yeah.
Oh, you should have seen all the pressure this had just idling with those 2 caps on there. I got the downlog. It was a lot.
Yeah, I bet. That's funny.
Don't tell my turbo guy that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan, what events are you doing for the rest of the year? Just drag week?
Probably just drag week. Yeah, that's probably all I have time for, unfortunately.
Afraid to come to our race. I understand. Okay. I just wanted to clear that up. Yeah.
Does it count? When is your race?
November.
Does it count for the points for the whole deal?
It should.
Yep.
All right. Well, if I do real good at drag week, I might be there. Let's just put it that way.
Let's go, bud.
Yeah. Dude, it'll be our event is like it's geared towards going fast. That's what it is. It's geared towards going fast. No, we have a dial your own class and we do dial your own.
No, I'm not laughing because of that. I'm laughing because I believe that's how you set your shit up.
Yeah. I mean, it's geared towards like the time of year that, you know what I mean? The air is great in November here, as long as we don't have like some weird freak hurricane like we did last year. Disregard that part. And we go to really good racetracks. So the hope is that everybody shows up, swings for the fence, end of the year, goes personal bests. That's what we want to see. You know what I mean? That's what we typically look for. You know, that's what we hope, or that's what we hope for. I mean, and we got cool prizes and stuff.
To be honest, I have not had my car on a really good track. I mean, everything we've done is this drag and drive stuff, and normally it's not the greatest.
Yeah. You will not be riding the dots. I'll tell you that. You know what I mean? You won't be riding dots on traction control. I promise you that. Kyle Beaumont, it was funny about Kyle. He came, you know him?
Oh, yeah.
I do.
Yeah. Kyle came down last
The
year.
bright blue Firebird.
Yeah.
Okay, I know which car you guys talking about. Yeah.
He
He's
came
gonna be on
down.
the shirt with us for the circuit next year.
Yeah. He came down and for the first event that we had, and like he came down for our test session the day before, right? And it was the first event we ever did, so like I didn't know how to go about it. So I was like, well, we'll just do a private test the day before, you know what I mean? And then we'll do registration like morning of, and then just get to racing. And because we weren't anticipating like a huge car count, like we try to keep it around 100 cars, you know what I mean? So, or 100, 150. So anyway, like on test day, he's like, man, he's like, how much more power do you think I could put at this thing? And I'm like, what'd you just run there? And he's like, I don't know. I think like one. He's like, best 60 foot I ever had was like 127. I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, what do you mean? I said, dude, turn it up. Like, this is stupid. Stop it. Like, hit it with some power, you know? And he's like, really? So like first hit out, he goes like I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was like 122 or something like that. And he was ecstatic. And I was like,
yeah,
turn it up. And he's like, what do you mean turn it up? I'm like, give it more power. And he's like, really? I was like, yeah. He wound up going like 114. And he was like, I don't even know what to do. And I was like, really? He's like, this is insane. I was like, this is just a private test for us. You know, I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
And, he was so ecstatic, you know what I mean?
He was blown away.
Yeah.
He's been faster and faster like all year. That helped him really get a bunch of stuff figured out.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah, he's an awesome dude too. He's a really cool dude.
Yeah.
He's got a good shop, you know what I mean? Like his shop does good work and everything. And I like that you know, he just sticks to exactly what he likes to do. You know what I mean? And he doesn't like to go off into the deep end of doing stuff that he's, you know, not, you know, exactly geared or focused towards. So I can respect that a lot. So
cool. Real quick question here. So this Facebook user says, one more serious question. Which Dragon Drives are going on for the rest of the year? And how many are you going to do? Whatever. There's a bunch. There's like 11 left. So they're all over the world and country and all that stuff. So I'm going to put the link to the most current list I have right now on the website in the chat, just so everybody can jump over there. But there's some crazy stuff coming for sure. I'm excited about your event in November. I'm excited about Drag Week that's coming. It's going to be crazy. And then Race Week, there's some racers on Race Week like Corey Thompson that are, I mean, seriously chasing the world championship points. So they're going fast. Like Corey Thompson's car, 67 Impala with a twin turbo LS setup in it. I mean, he's really going to be right on the edge of sevens this time. Will be the fastest he's gone. He's been 8.0s a bunch in the hot rod class. So
yeah, I talked to him when we were at Six Summer. He's a nice guy. I like him.
Oh yeah,
Nice
super
guy.
nice.
I like
He did
that
that whole
car.
week by himself. Yeah.
That Impala is sweet. That Impala is really sweet. Yeah. I'm a big fan of that
cool
one.
car.
So you think Drag Week's going to have as good a turnout as normal with all these other races going on all year?
Oh yeah, it's the OG. I think for folks that are wanting to do drag and drive, I think Drag Week is the one. I think they're, you know, it's still easy enough to get in. Like this year, it took, you know, almost an hour to sell out, and so people had plenty of time to get in if they wanted to get in. Plus, I mean, there's been several people break throughout the year that are Drag Week is going to be their redemption. So
I hope they do.
Yeah, and it's a good part of the country. I've never really driven in any part of that country, so I'm excited about that. And I think it's the same for a lot of people. I think Drag and Drive's allowed a lot of folks to check mark off tracks on their list. You know, hey, I'm going to go here because
I agree big time.
Yeah,
I've never been to. I don't think I've ever been to any of those tracks. Believe it or not.
Yeah,
really.
All the racing we've done, yeah.
Brian's been to one of them.
Dude, so Carolina, I can tell you about all of them.
And guess what? Devin will tell us all about all of them.
Well, then fuck it. I don't have to tell you shit.
No, tell us.
Tell us, Devin. Come on.
He's
now.
like, delete Jay. I'll tell the rest.
Yeah. Don't get your dongle on the wad and tell us about the track.
Carolina's really cool. Carolina's a really cool place. You do a burnout up the hill, which is pretty cool. Carolina is a fast racetrack. I mean, really good radial track. But again, it's drag week, so who knows, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully that lady's there selling the woo-woo juice. They sell this shit. I don't know what it is, but it's like a drink or whatever, like lemonade or some shit. But like you literally can eat it. There's like just so much sugar in it. They call it woo-woo juice. It's freaking delicious though when it's like hot out.
Is there alcohol in it?
I'm sure if you ask the right person, they'll give you plenty of alcohol to put in it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've never seen Carolina the way I think we're going to fix and to see Carolina. I'm used to Carolina on a Thursday night where there's like $100,000 changing hands on grudge races. You know what I mean? And like, That's what I'm used to seeing. So I don't know what it's going to be like, for this, but good staff. It's not a huge racetrack like Darlington's a big facility, but like Carolina's not a huge facility. So like you guys are probably going to show up to Carolina and be like, God dang, really? But it's actually it's a nice place. It's a good place with good people that own it. Good people. Actually, the guy who owns it's a customer of mine. So so we're a little biased. You know what I mean? But he does a good job. He takes care of the place, and he actually just bought it last year. But it's a good racetrack, good equipment. Fire's always there, fire safety, and they're always on point, so no concerns there. Darlington, top-notch facility. Jeff Miles, the guy who owns the place, will go 110% all the time, and hopefully he's got the margarita machine running in the bottom of the tower. So the Darlington's a cool spot. He'll have good food vendors there, I'm sure. And their concession stand's not bad either. Bathrooms suck. I can tell you that. The bathrooms suck at Darlington.
Jay will need all that because I'll be gone already by then. He'll be around there for 5 or 6 runs. So
yeah, there's no showers at Darlington, Jay. So you're probably going to be screwed there.
Sorry, Eric.
They're probably going to shut the lights off on you too. Chasing at 8.500. But no,
we've done that shit at night. It's okay.
Yeah. No, so huge shutdown at Darlington. The shutdown is long at Carolina, but or long enough, I should say, but it's a little sketchy. I don't know. We'll just leave it at that. Bristol is gonna suck. Simple as that. It'll be the nicest looking place. You know what I mean? It'll be the place. People know it. You know what I mean? But track prep's going to be pretty mediocre at best. I'm assuming. And then Rockingham's I always think of Rockingham as like Civil War's race. Like that's where they used to hold all the old Civil War races. Have you ever been there? Or none of you guys ever been to them? So they used to do like these North versus South races all the time there.
I remember those, but I've never been to one.
Yeah. So it's like kind of like a nostalgia thing to me for Rockingham.
I will ask if Samuel's going to be there because that'd be phenomenal.
Oh, if Sam's going to be there, it's going to be awesome. That'll be great.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be great. I'm gonna have to bother him now. So he was awesome at Six Summer. He was great. Yeah, he was really cool.
So his mom's parents own Rockingham.
Okay, and they own 131.
Yeah, which is local to me. So we are fortunate.
Was that in Michigan?
Yep.
Okay.
That's an hour from me. It's 40 minutes from Baker Engineering. I mean, that's home track for a lot of us.
I got you.
That's cool.
Ryan, where are you at?
Very southern tip of Indiana.
What does that butt up against?
Oh, Kentucky.
Okay.
Oh.
Is anybody going to LS Fest next weekend?
No.
I have to go.
No, he's a Ford guy. Like shit.
Well, hold on. We got an LS over here too now. Easy.
Oh, that's right.
I got to go and pick up a car.
Brent's car, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I got to pick up a customer's car. So
our issue is proximity to drag week.
Yeah,
it's just too close for us to go compete and worry about being on the car. And
Mike, you said something that you're probably going to live to regret. You said that you're really looking forward to driving around down here.
I was going to ask you that, Devin.
I was going to say I'm looking forward to going to tracks I've never been.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I always want to add the tracks, but I have heard the roads are going to be, and the drivers are going to be pretty iffy. But shit, I'm used to that after like the whole thing with Six Summer and all that.
What about Midwest Drags where we were at?
Oh, dude, I can't. You know why I didn't do Midwest Drags? Because you got to be high on crack to think that you're going to get me to drive through freaking Jersey, Philly, DC.
Oh, there was
Baltimore.
Oh, Devin, there was many times I was driving. I was like, "Oh, please don't break down. Please don't break down. Not here.
Well,
not
Bill
here."
was a bitch.
Yeah, I grew up there. I lived in PA, but I used to work in DC. I worked in Baltimore. I worked all over in those places for extended periods of time. And you can't.
Those roads sucked.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
they're
roads are
bad, but they're bad for a reason because it's overpopulated and it snows, right? So they have a reason,
Yeah.
like it's legitimate, right?
Yeah.
Sick summer, the whole time up there, every state up there, I think they pour the concrete road 5 feet at a time, the sideways. Instead of pouring it the long way, right, in like 5-foot strips, they're
That's
like,
accurate.
no, we're gonna do like 17 passes, 5, and the whole time.
we got a bunch of that around here.
Yep.
Yeah.
South Carolina, and they've gotten in trouble for this like a couple times. Like whoever's in charge of taking state money and deciding what they're going to do with the roads, they hire their friends to do it, right? And like they're not good at it. Like they hire their friends that aren't good. You know what I mean? Like if you got that one friend who's been like in and out of jail a lot and like does crack, but like he just lies to you and says like, "Oh, I'm trying to straighten up my life."
Pour some asphalt.
Yeah.
Stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
Right. I'm gonna take care of you, man. I'll help you out. I'll give you this opportunity. That's what they've been doing for years. You know what I mean? They've just been giving that crackhead a couple dollars to fix the roads for a long time. So the roads are bad. But what's worse than the roads here in South Carolina is that I'm an offensive driver, right? And I'd be willing to bet that most of you guys are too. What I mean by that is like if you have to like get over a lane, you'll go, oh, I'll just speed up, go in front of this guy so I don't have to worry about, you know what I mean? Like you go speed up and then get over, right? These people will be just driving along and everything's fine. And then they'll be like, oh, you know what? I have to make a right. And they just go. And it doesn't matter who's to the right of you because that's your problem. Because their turn signal was on or it wasn't. Or you ever been around somebody who drives a BMW all the time?
Yep.
Yeah.
Turn signals don't work.
Imagine South Carolina full of people that think they drive BMWs, but they have like Accords.
Nice.
Right? It's sheer pandemonium. Stop in the middle of the road, no problem. Doing it right now. If you get pulled over down here, or if you see people like this is something to be conscious of. When you get pulled over down, or when people get pulled over down here, they pull over in the middle of the the middle of the road.
They're just like, I'm stopping right here.
Yeah.
Really?
Nice.
Like, dude, it's the weirdest thing. I didn't like you got like a 2-lane road, but there'll be like a what do they call it? Like a suicide lane. You know what I mean? Like kind of in the middle, right? They'll just stop there, and that's it.
Nice.
And then the cop's okay with it. I got pulled over one time, and I drove like a half a mile till I could pull over into a parking lot. And the cop like came running up, like hand on the gun, like, "What are you trying to run?" I'm like, "No." And he's like, "Why didn't you
That's
pull
funny.
over?" I said, "Where?" You know what I mean? He's like, "Back there where I threw my lights on." I'm like, "In the middle of the road?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Well, that's stupid." And he's, "What do you mean?" I said, "You could have got killed." And he says, "What do you mean?" I said, "You got to get out of your car in the middle of the road, and it's night." And he's like, "Well, everybody pulls over in the middle of the road." And I'm like, "Well, that's stupid." So I just pulled into a parking lot so that we could talk about it, and nobody's at risk of getting hit. And he didn't understand it. So, but the good news is that everybody down here will love you because everybody loves cars down here. Like the police,
Nice.
like they're all cool about it. Like everybody's cool as shit about it.
That's good. Any mountains or anything we're going to go through over there?
You don't really go through mountains to get to Bristol. You kind of do, but not really. Once you like Bristol will be the only thing that'll be like kind of like hilly. Everything else will be flat, pretty flat, pretty normal. I hope that they got somebody who's from around here to do the route because I'm concerned with the drive from Bristol to Carolina because it's already a long drive. But if they take us down Route 85, we're all screwed. So we're all screwed. I'm telling you, you're going to sit in traffic for 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, wow.
For no reason. There will not be a reason as to why you stopped. It's just that you stopped.
Somebody hit the brakes hard and it just goes backwards from there.
Yeah.
Well, at least we'll be all around our race car friends and everybody will be sitting there.
Oh, it's miserable. So
like sick week.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that at Midwest Drags too. It's like, why are we stopping? And then take off. And like, there's nothing.
Right, there's nothing there. Yeah, nothing at all. Yeah. The entire state of South Carolina still has road construction going on. The whole state.
Nice.
So pretty much every road is under construction, or at least some portion.
Right at home.
Yeah, at least some portion of the road. But the the Carolina to Darlington's an easy drive. Darlington to Rockingham's an easy drive.
Well, they won't make it easy, but it's easy.
Isn't Darlington to Rockingham like 80 miles or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do.
So I'm sure we'll be out and about.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do to make you because there's like nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's nowhere to go. There's nothing there's no real, unless they're just like go the complete opposite direction for 50 miles and then turn around.
Turn around and
They've
drive
done
back.
that before.
They may do it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They've done that before.
Or maybe they've kind of come to maybe I'm wrong, but I'm under the impression that we do not need to be doing 1,500 mile drives or 1,000. Like if you're doing 600, 700, 800 mile, Jesus, it's enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but drag week has always been 1,000 miles plus.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm just saying, like, it's just kind of like, get over it, you know?
Yeah, I'm like,
no.
Yep.
it's the granddaddy of them all.
Yeah.
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 It needs to be 1,000
miles plus.
Yeah, it needs to
Yep.
be.
Why?
It's part of it.
Yes,
It's always been.
Always been, and that's proves more that you got a streetcar.
Well, so the extra 200 miles over 800 does?
Maybe.
I guess.
I mean, shit. It probably it takes a bunch of folks out. It would be interesting to start tracking that, but I don't need to add something else to my list. How many miles of the trip do people make? You know, fuck, man.
Yeah, you get enough of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so far behind on stats list right now. It's going to take me a week to catch up.
And then by the time you do,
Then I get to do it all again 3 times right in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Everybody already got hotels for drag week?
No.
Yep.
No, you didn't
You're
get them?
welcome, Jay.
Thank you, Ryan.
I'm
everything's
staying
on
with
Monday,
Ryan.
Monday night we do not have booked yet, but
Yeah. I'm bringing my tent and my cot and then some cash to give people for rooms for letting me sleep in there.
If anybody needs anything, anybody that's watching or whatever, or listening or whatever, if anybody's like broken and needs anything, like make sure you kind of tag me in it or something because like I know everybody in the Southeast down here or just about. So like there's a good chance that within 20 miles of wherever you're broken down at, there's somebody there that probably can help you. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Nice.
So,
Cool.
There's a lot of shops. There's a lot of racer people down here. I mean, we race all year, so like it's just everywhere. And even like it honestly, like some of these guys, you know, if it's 3 a.m, there'd be a good chance that they'll wake up and come and help you. You know, that's one of the beauties of the South is that people are genuinely pretty damn good people. You know what I mean? That's they're you know, you may not understand half of what they say, you know what I mean? Like, you know, get over that. but or you won't understand like what the hell they're trying to convey and whatever they're doing. But they're genuinely good people. And that, you know, and the food sucks here too, by the way. So Southern food's terrible. So
Yeah.
What?
yeah, Southern food's terrible.
Y'all shut your whore mouth.
Yeah.
Ryan.
Dude, that's close. I was in Charleston last week, and it was dynamite food.
Where?
Yeah.
Charleston,
Where at?
South Carolina.
You were in Jackson?
Charleston.
Oh, that's not South Carolina. That's Yuppieville. That's some bullshit. That ain't South Carolina. That's tourist South Carolina. That's not South Carolina.
That's like pinky up.
Oh, yeah. Where'd you go? Hilton Head?
No, Charleston, North Charleston, South
Oh,
Carolina.
you went to North Charleston? Yeah. That's like hipster central. You know what I mean? I'm sure you fit right in, you know?
Oh, man.
No, I was kidding. I don't think that you would have fit in at all. You know what I mean? I wouldn't, you know. Everybody
What
there
you
is
trying to
wearing those,
say,
like,
Jay?
short- No, I'm saying like everybody there is like always wearing those like short shorts and like the pink shirts and like the You know, that they all look like their dad's going to sue you. You know what I mean?
So like Jay has on right now.
Oh, there you go. Look at that.
Where's
Yeah,
the rest of that short leg, Jay?
Yeah,
Listen, it's above my knee. There's a problem.
yeah.
Now I won't be able to sleep tonight.
No,
Dreaming?
right.
You dreaming he would have pulled that pant leg up a little further?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yep.
Well, hey, Jay, so I want to wrap this about 4 hours here. So we'll cap it here.
We're working 4 hours.
Yeah, typically we run
4
the show 2
hours.
hours, but I've been having too much fun. So you guys are doing the NHRA deal, right? The Saturday and Sunday.
Well,
after
here's the deal:
Dragon,
we don't have an invite yet.
What? How do you get an invite, dude? It's 3 weeks from now.
Well, so I may.
Don't throw anybody under the bus, but
Here's the deal: 30 expressions of interest.
yeah,
They're going to invite 10 cars.
Wow.
There was a email on Friday that said we'll let you know early next week.
okay.
Well, it's Wednesday, so that's middle of next
Are
week.
they going to give you a list so I can know it? And will you tell me that, please?
I will let you know if we are in.
Who's
What are you
doing this?
talking about?
Is this an NHRA thing or is this like a sick week
Yeah.
/
And it's
No,
NHRA 860 index racing.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Where's that at?
ZMAX.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So they'll
The
wrap
weekend
up on,
after drag weekends.
Okay,
Like-
so I mean, at least it's on your way home, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it extends my trip 2 days, but I think I'm going to hang out and do that as well.
Yeah. So there was a call out for street race cars, 2 months ago, Mike.
Yep.
And then 2 days ago, I guess it's
Yeah.
must have been
Because people were saying they hadn't heard anything.
three.
And they're like, I'm like, dude, I
Within
don't
the
know.
last week, Brian got an email that said
That's awesome.
we had 30 expressions of interest. We're gonna narrow it down to 8 to 10 cars, and we'll let you know after the weekend. So here it is, approaching Thursday now or Wednesday,
Yeah.
and we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool.
But eight to
That's,
10 cars out of the 30 are gonna make it. So
Yeah. Well, I would hope that you guys are in that mix. Obviously, I mean, shit. How many?
yes, we hope so
events
too.
have you run? And you were second last year, and
Yeah, and I'm not being. I don't want to sound selfish because, the other guys on the podcast right now, Devin and Don Gull, man, both have an extensive resume. But we've butted up against stiff 850 competition in numerous facets and shined, and so.
Yeah.
Oh, you know how I feel about it, Jay. I mean, that's one of the hardest classes, and if any
Yeah,
car should
well,
be there,
and
you guys
before
do.
you signed on, Devin's like, I wouldn't want to do that shit because that's hard,
I give you shit about it all the time, but it's a hard class.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that as a racer, as a tuner, from both of you, I really appreciate it. So thank you. I mean,
It's true. I mean, if you it's definitely the hardest shit to do, and it stands to be true that if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm with Mike though. You guys deserve to be there at that deal in that class.
Yeah. I mean,
No, and so I hope so. I mean, I hope Brian gets an email that says,
yeah.
welcome and congratulations and whatever, and so we'll just have to see what happens.
So are they running that during an NHRA Top Fuel event?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like that thing this weekend called the U.S. Nationals. That's a NHRA.
Dude, I don't watch that shit. I don't.
So Devin, here's
He's
the
tuning
deal.
in for Yellow Bullet, man.
That's it. I don't.
Where
I pay
real
attention to
racing
small tire
happens.
stuff. I don't.
Devin.
I don't I don't know anything about it.
So Devin. So there's on Saturday that weekend after drag week at ZMAX.
Yeah.
They have 8 to 10 cars, and
Yep.
they're going to run 2 or 3
He knows
qualifiers.
about that class, Jack.
I know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I
all the
understand.
others.
And then
I just didn't know. I didn't know when they were doing it. Like I didn't know. If it was just like,
so
you
then,
know,
but here's the deal, though: the top 2 qualifiers out of 3 qualifying sessions race heads up on Sunday for a Wally.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They should have taken the top 4 since it's 4 wide.
Yes.
Oh man, that'd have been fun.
You know.
That'd have been fun to watch.
Yeah.
Is that a 4 wide race?
I mean,
I
ZMAX
would,
is a
I
4
would
wide
think
track.
it is.
Yeah, I
But-
know, but I didn't know if all of them there were 4 wide with NHRA or not. Now,
I mean, the emails have been it's been top 2.
Yeah. Well, so last time I was at ZMAX, which was a long time ago, it was 4 wide, top fuel, and it was worth going for that because it was like 4 of those fuckers going next to you. You know what I mean? You're like, you know what I mean? Like the whole time you're like, "What? This is badass," you know? And they have a tunnel underneath of the track, so like one round, like we stood in the tunnel, and you're like, "This is pretty sweet," you know?
I know you're not an NHRA guy, Devin, but you need to go to the U.S. Nationals one time just to experience it.
Well, so they were talking. There's 900, almost 900 cars signed up for the U.S. Nationals this week.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. We would race
900.
there every year. We
That's
used to.
wild. When does it start? Though?
Oh, it's already
tomorrow.
started.
I say yesterday.
Oh, it did? Okay. So,
Yeah.
because I was going to say, like, if you got 900 cars on the property, like, god dang, you got to, you know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
Monday's a holiday too, Devin, so it goes till Monday.
oh, yeah, that's right.
Monday's
Yeah,
the finals. Yeah.
that's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a machine. You know, it takes all day to get 300 cars through a drag and drive. I can't imagine what it would take for a.
Yeah.
And that's really
900.
close to us too, Devin. It's only a couple hours away. So
That's not bad at all. Yeah. My one of my customers and he's become a friend, Alan Whitaker. He lives in Whiteville, Indiana. I don't know where the hell that is. It's in Indiana. And he goes somewhere. What racetrack is that at?
It's,
all right, well,
Lucas
wherever
Oil.
they're calling it now. I call it
Worldwide or
Ireland.
something like that. Is that Worldwide Technology Park?
No, that's
No,
in
that's
St.
St.
Louis.
Louis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, geographically retarded over here. You know what I mean?
Well, you're in the right region.
Okay.
I mean, that's not far from me either. So yeah, you're close.
Okay,
No,
so
you're giving him way too much credit.
yeah. So I mean, he goes to that stuff up there. Yeah, but I don't know nothing about it. I don't.
Yeah,
know.
Rick Dodge says US Nats is a great race unless you're the tech guy.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't imagine, Rick. Wow.
Shoot me. Like,
No,
there's
thank
no
you.
way.
I
There's
tell
no
all those
way.
tech
All right.
guys, I do not want that job.
All right, we got to shut this thing down. You guys got to go. Say your good nights.
Hey,
All right, see ya.
right, hey,
See you guys.
Mike. So let me just. Have you ever been 4 hours on your podcast?
Oh yeah,
I don't
I
think-
think.
Not on this one, we haven't though.
Now, we got to set a record here.
No, I know. We've been 4 hours before. I think Devin was on for 4 hours before.
Probably.
Well, that's shocking.
Maybe
shit.
last year.
Go fuck yourself, okay?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah,
Fuck yourself. Just fuck.
yeah. 4 hours is a good one. That's a good one. It's been fun tonight. I really do appreciate you guys coming on and like hanging out and telling some stories. And I mean, we talked a lot of cars tonight, and I appreciate that. And I hope everybody that is listening has enjoyed it as much as I have been right here.
Sounds good, man. Thank you for having us.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
we'll
Thank
see you
you
in
come
a
on and
couple
crash the
weeks.
show.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm glad you did.
I will see you
did.
all live and personal in a few weeks.
Yeah,
Couple weeks.
in 17 days. 16.
Oh shit! I got to get to work.
I don't.
Yeah. Your engine's still out.
No, I'm good.
Mhm.
All right, guys. That's
ya.
what reach our friends in tunnel vision.
All right.
All right, are we going to
See
the
you
back
guys.
room, Mike? Or where were
See
we
you
going?
guys.
God, I
See
don't
ya.
need to do this for another
Yeah.
hour in the back. Oh,
guys.
man. No.
See ya.
Whoa.
Bye. Dude, what a show, man.
Man, I got 3 sticky notes of stuff that I wrote down during these 4 hours. So
Nice. Sticky notes of what? What do you got notes for?
just all kinds of information of stuff that for me to look up for my own car. So
Nice.
a lot of good
Yeah.
information about cooling system, fans, all kinds of stuff written down here. So
Yeah, I got the PDM deal there. I'm gonna look at
yep,
that some as well. Yeah, that's gonna be that's awesome. Well, guys, again, thank you all very much for hanging out. We couldn't do this without you. We've had a great viewer count all night long. It's been a lot of fun.
yeah,
Appreciate everybody making comments and having questions and stuff. This is a great group to do that with. So, all right, I'm ending it here, guys. You can see us. You see me Saturday morning. Eric is off this weekend. He's going to enjoy some family time before we really ramp up into what is going to be one of the busiest seasons we've seen so far. You know, we've it's been pretty crazy. Ryan Hargett here saying thanks, guys. Yeah, we had a good time, man.
yeah.
It's this drag week, Redwood Rally, race week span is going to be pretty crazy. I'm excited to get in the middle of that with all these folks that are out there. So, all right, guys, we'll see you soon.
Yep. See you guys.